Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Turned into Stray Cat? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It starts out as an accident, really, as most things do for Izuku. To be fair, he isn't actually looking for trouble when it happens. Not this time. The trouble just finds its way to him, like a moth drawn to a flame. He's 100% innocent. Mostly. Sort of. It's Friday, which means it's movie night at UA. It's the one time during the week where the entire class gets to relax and cuddle up next to each other while watching a movie of their choice. A nice dinner is cooked up, courtesy of Kaken, and little cupcakes are made by the dozen to satisfy the class's every craving. Sometimes they can even get one of the teachers to join in on the sleepover. All Might is a frequent addition to their dubbed Class A bonding times, and he even lets the girls braid his hair while everything is set up. The point is, movie night is a special time, as it's something that everyone in the class can enjoy without feeling left out. Amidst all the chaos and trouble their first year has brought them so far, these rare moments of being able to just relax and watch movies are cherished. At least by Izuku. So when they check the popcorn cabinet that night after dinner and find it empty, Izuku is the first to volunteer to run to the convenience store, and after promising to be back in time for the start of the movie, he goes to find Aizawa. This has happened a few times already, usually earlier in the day, so Izuku is expecting the same speech he always gets when he asks for permission to go off campus. He has his responses ready at the tip of his tongue, used to this by now. Yes, Sensei, I'll be safe. And no, Sensei, my phone isn't dead. I'll keep it on me the entire time and be back before curfew. That's how it's supposed to go. What he isn't expecting, however, is for his sensei to glance at the clock, get up from the couch with a sigh, and say that he'll come with him. That's Izuku's first mistake of the night, not that he knows it yet. He probably should have argued more with Sensei about that, because Aizawa doesn't need to take time out of his night to escort him just a few blocks up the road, but it's not like he can do anything about it now. Not when they're already walking out into the chilly air and heading for the store, with Izuku waving a quick goodbye to Uraraka before jogging to catch up to his teacher. Why does he walk so fast? The store isn't going anywhere. Not that Izuku can really say anything about that. He usually goes at the same pace. If only he had longer legs. There are no clouds or stars out at this time of night. There's just the glittering moon high above and a few distant satellites blinking in the sky. Izuku watches the twinkling lights for a moment before turning to look at Aizawa, a bounce to his steps now. We're watching The Fox and the Hound tonight, Sensei. Did you want to join us? Tokoyami picked it out this time, and you wouldn't have even guessed it'd be him, you know? Izuku's hands flourish in front of him as he talks. Apparently he really likes Disney. I saw his room for the first time a couple of weeks ago, and did you know he has a secret collection of Disney stuff under his bed, like a ton of old books and movies? It's really amazing. I don't know how he managed to get all of it, and he didn't say anything when I asked him. I think he was just embarrassed, but I don't see why he should be. There's nothing wrong with liking stuff that's generally for kids. Sensei listens to Izuku's word vomit with his chin tucked in the folds of his capture weapon, and Izuku doesn't miss how his eyes dart around, scanning for trouble. He always has his scarf on him in case of emergencies. You're never really off duty as a pro hero. Especially when you're a teacher. Even Kaken likes Disney stuff. Izuku continues to fill the silence, unable to stop himself. He'll never admit it though. We used to watch those movies together all the time back when. Oh, don't tell him I said that. He'll try to kill me again. Aizawa isn't even fazed by the again part. He just yawns, nodding his head in acknowledgement. It reminds Izuku briefly of a cat. A sudden pang hits Izuku in the chest, and he winces once he checks his phone and sees just how late it really is. Aizawa must be tired. You know, you didn't have to come along, Sensei. Really? I would have been fine. I have to get cat food, Aizawa-sensei says simply, giving Izuku a sidelong glance. And besides, it never hurts to be too careful. You're a magnet for trouble, kid. Don't forget what happened the last time you went to the store to get something unsupervised at the last minute. Izuku's cheeks burn. He doesn't think he can ever forget that incident, but to be fair, that was an entirely different situation. This isn't even remotely close to that experience, not that Izuku is going to point that out. I would have picked up the cat food for you, sir. I'm sure you're busy. He was on his laptop when Izuku knocked on his door, obviously working. The reading glasses are what gave it away. Izuku has come to realize that Aizawa only wears those glasses when he's really concentrated on something. He could have been inputting grades or making lesson plans or whatever else a teacher does when they have a little time to sit down and finish stuff up. Either way, he must have been busy with something. But Aizawa just shrugs, not caving. It's fine, Midoriya. I need the exercise. This makes Izuku frown because honestly, he doesn't think Aizawa needs any extra exercise. The man works out and stretches alongside his students every day, and he makes sure to keep in great physical shape. Izuku is always up for extra training and exercise too, but that's different. Izuku needs to train more simply because he's not strong enough yet. Sensei is already plenty strong, so he doesn't need to walk a few blocks or anything for some late-night exercise right now. It's not until Aizawa sighs that Izuku realizes he's talking to himself. He snaps his jaw shut and mimes zipping up his lips and throwing away the key. He's found that visualizing that kind of stuff helps him focus on not mumbling aloud. He's been trying to break that habit of his recently. He can't be a hero if he starts rambling out of nerves mid-mission for all the villains to hear, so he's been trying to work at it. He thought he was getting better, but now he's not so sure. It doesn't usually take long to get to the store, but this time around it feels like forever has passed by the time they round the corner of the street it's on. Uneasiness settles into the pit of Izuku's stomach as they walk, and he swears he can feel eyes on him from all sides. He instinctively looks toward Aizawa, but he doesn't seem to be perturbed at all, so Izuku forces himself to relax and focus on the matter at hand. That's his second mistake. Friday nights are busy crime nights, according to the lesson they had a few months back. That has to be the reason why Izuku is feeling paranoid all of a sudden. It's just nerves. That's all. Izuku quickly slips inside the store when Aizawa holds the door open for him, and he takes a breather to calm himself before heading for the snack aisle. Not before petting the store owner's cat, though. He makes sure to do that every time he comes in here, as Liho deserves all the attention Izuku can spare. The dappled feline just flicks her tail at him and rumbles, blinking lazily. Mission accomplished. Uraraka likes the movie theater popcorn. Izuku remembers when he finally makes his way to the popcorn section. Mina likes the extra butter kind, but Kaminari and Shuji like kettle corn, so which should he get? Damn it, he should have remembered to ask before leaving the dorms so fast. Should he just get plain to satisfy most of his classmates? But then a portion of them will be unhappy. Izuku debates on getting the lightly salted kind, which is Kaken's favorite, before ultimately deciding to just buy one of each. It'll be a little more expensive, sure, but this way they'll also have plenty of popcorn left over for next time. He looks around to see Aizawa near the back of the store searching for cat food, not done shopping yet, so Izuku traipses to the candy section to see if there's anything cheap. The mere idea of chocolate has his mouth watering. He hasn't had chocolate in a long time. Maybe Uraraka will want some to share. The bell chimes up front, signaling someone walking in. Ida might want some more Smarties too. That's just about the only candy he'll ever eat. Izuku frowns, wondering what kind of candy Sensei eats. Aizawa likes jelly packs, and those are generally sweet, so there's no reason why he wouldn't like candy. Has anyone actually ever seen him eat candy? Maybe Izuku could ask him now that he's here. Ooh, or he could just buy a handful of random sweets for him to try. Would Aizawa like that? He wouldn't refuse it, right? Not if Izuku already bought it and doesn't give him the chance to refuse it. Secret mission: buy Sensei some candy. Izuku swipes a few random things off the shelf, including some Present Mic-themed marshmallows, and carefully adjusts everything he's already carrying in his arms to accommodate the new items. He forgot to get a basket upon entering, so he's left having to carry all of this by himself. No matter. He's been trained by the best for this. His phone vibrates while he attempts to stumble out of the aisle to join the line forming at the front, and Izuku internally curses. He doesn't have any free hands to take it out of his pocket, so whoever it is will have to wait. I wonder if they're starting without us. It is getting pretty late. He looks out the large windows while he waits in line, deep in thought. His mother should be asleep right now, but he knows she's probably working another late shift. She called him not too long ago to tell him she missed him and that he should come over soon, but he hasn't heard from her since. Izuku can't allow himself to be too upset about it. His mother is working even harder nowadays to keep the bills paid on time, and she barely has time for herself, much less for Izuku. Their stupid apartment complex keeps raising the rent, and while they've been trying to find another place to go, there's been no luck so far. The only good thing that Izuku can say about this is at least he's not living at home all the time anymore. He knows he must have made budgeting harder for his mom. He shuffles forward a little when the line moves up, half paying attention. Liho is gone. Where did she disappear to? There's a commotion at the front, bringing Izuku out of his thoughts momentarily. It's busy tonight, isn't it? It's weird. It's never usually this backed up. His skin prickles as the temperature in the building seems to decrease, and he shifts on his feet. This is a joke, right? Izuku blinks, tilting his head to the side so he can see past the people in front of him. You think I'm joking? The customer retorts evenly, voice low. He's talking to the worker, who has a panicked look of disbelief on their face. Now get to it. It takes a second for the words to process in Izuku's head, but when they do, he can only blink. Once, twice. And then he's on high alert, back straightening up immediately. The people in front of him start to back into him, murmuring in alarm. A robber? At a store that's just a block away from a hero academy? If lives weren't currently in danger, Izuku's exhaustion coupled with that spike of irritation he's now feeling would make him almost snort. But as it stands, there are innocent civilians here who are not heading in the opposite direction as they should be, so that's assignment one. He has to make sure they're safe. But as he steps forward quietly, about to take a closer look at what's happening at the front, a hand lands on his shoulder. Aizawa Sensei doesn't say a word. He just shakes his head tiredly and nudges Izuku into the aisle closest to them, setting his bag of cat food and other supplies down on the ground. Let me handle it, goes unsaid, but not unheard. Izuku frowns and opens his mouth, about to argue, but then his survival instincts kick in and he thinks better of it. It happens quickly, really. It only takes less than 10 seconds for it all to be finished, and less than 15 for everything to go to sheet. Izuku drops his stuff beside his teachers and pulls some of the customers back into the aisles despite their panicked attempts at running for the exit, as going for the exit is the worst thing they could do right now. Going that direction means going through the robber, which isn't an option. They have to be cautious and allow Aizawa to do his job without having to worry about the civilians. The robber whips around, somehow sensing Aizawa's silent approach, and he doesn't hesitate for even a second. His hand goes inside his jacket pocket and reappears a split second later with his fingers wrapped around something shiny, probably a gun. Assume he's not willing to talk, Izuku thinks, seeing it all in slow motion. His brain is moving 100 miles an hour as All Might's defense lessons come back to mind. He might go straight to shooting. Disarming is the first priority. Aizawa is ready for it. His capture weapon is flinging towards the robber before the gun can even fully appear in the light, hair floating off his shoulders. The scarf wraps around the man's wrist and jerks the gun out of his grip, sending the weapon clattering to the ground in front of the glass doors. Izuku tenses, one for all humming through his veins at the spike of new danger hanging in the air. The robber shrieks, hiking up a knee and reaching down with his other hand to grab for something. Aizawa doesn't give him a chance to get it, though, as he yanks the opponent forward with a JRK of his hand, sending him right into his fist. The man's head snaps back at the blow, and he immediately goes limp, falling unconscious. Aizawa wraps him up completely in the capture weapon before he can hit the ground, laying him down gently on the dirty tile. He blows out an annoyed breath then, letting his quirk fizzle out when he turns to Izuku and the civilians. He looks even more tired than before. Stay there, he orders, starting to search through his own pockets for a phone before patting the man down. He could still have something on him. Izuku figures ruefully that this'll lead to a lot of paperwork for his sensei. Hopefully this won't make him miss movie night. That wouldn't be. He jolts at the intrusive thought worming its way into his thoughts. What? Get it now. Take it, take it. Izuku looks up, staring at the gun on the ground. He's moving before he can stop himself, heart squeezing painfully inside his chest. He steps forward, but the customer behind him takes a hold of his upper arm to prevent him from going too far. "That man said to wait," she says, eyes round with panic, and Izuku shakes his head in a daze. No, it's all right, I'm just trying to." He pulls his arm back, out of her almost bruising grip, and then he's stumbling toward the gun, ignoring the way Aizawa turns to glare at him, mouth opening in what's sure to be a scathing lecture. Too late. The doors to the entrance blow open, sending shattering glass flying through the air. Izuku skids backward, the wind rushing out of him when he crashes against a wall. They're screaming, and Izuku is on his feet in an instant, eyes searching through the gray clouds of smoke. It was a string of robberies, something tells Izuku at the back of his skull, the voice reverberating. The robber Aizawa took care of must have been part of a group, and now they're coming back expecting him to be awake and ready to go. At the first sign of movement, Izuku is springing forward, green lightning zipping across his skin. He grabs the civilian and jumps away, near where the smoke is not as thick. The other 3 bystanders are huddling up near the back, and Izuku quickly leads the man he grabbed to them. "Hey!" One of them, the lady that first spoke to Izuku, cries in alarm. She points behind Izuku, to where the smoke is still lingering but he's already on it. He whips around and grabs the wrist of his new opponent, just barely dodging a jab to the stomach, and twists it harshly. There's a flash of polished metal, and the knife she was holding goes flying through the air. Izuku watches the way the criminal's eyes follow it, watches the way her muscles tense in preparation to catch it, and he makes sure to move faster. Using her slightly bent knees as a stepping stone, he jumps up, knee colliding painfully with her chin, and grabs the blade of the knife in between his fingers. When he hits the ground, he doesn't waste a second before flipping the knife midair, now holding it in a much safer way when he pivots on his feet to prepare a high kick. She doesn't have enough time to react before his steel-toed shoe meets her face, knocking her out in a similar fashion to what Aizawa Sensei did to that first robber. Letting out a shuddering breath, Izuku whips back around to check over the customers, who are now staring at him in awe. "Thanks," he says to the woman who called out to him. Sometimes there's safety in numbers and sometimes there's not. Izuku would like to think tonight is one of those rare times where it is. After quickly checking them all over and confirming they're all right and not injured from the blast, Izuku darts across the back wall and makes to join in on the fight, still holding the knife in a defensive grip. He would never actually stab someone, but the hilt of the knife will make for a good blunt force object if it came to that. He can hear the telltale sounds of tussling clearly throughout the store. The yelling gets louder when he reaches the front again, but by then the smoke has already dissipated almost completely, allowing him to see 2 more criminals already tied up together by Sensei's scarf. Aizawa is busy doing the same to another person, though this one isn't unconscious. 3 down in less than 5 seconds. Holy shit. Izuku steps out, now slightly relaxed, and Aizawa gives him a quick glance, eyes running up and down his form. "The civilians okay?" he asks, and Izuku nods in haste. "Yes, sir." He's about to explain that there's a 5th robber in one of the aisles, also unconscious, when he suddenly sees it. He sees it the moment before it happens. There's more movement by the now very large entrance to the store. Whoever it is, they're fast. They jump through the broken gateway of glass and reach for something on the ground. And this is where things go to shit. Screwing things up is Izuku's curse, his birthright, even, so really he shouldn't be surprised when it happens. The newcomer, a woman with curly turquoise and black hair, Izuku notes instinctively is attempting to grab the gun on the ground. The very same gun that Izuku was about to pick up not 15 seconds prior. The gun that Aizawa was probably going to pick up but couldn't because of multiple obvious distractions. The danger Izuku was sensing in the air suddenly triples, and the terror that overtakes him is almost mind-numbing, because Aizawa hasn't seen her yet. She's going to have a gun in her grasp, a gun that's most definitely loaded and ready to be shot. She's going to shoot, and Aizawa is the hero closest to her. Aizawa has his back turned, meaning Sensei could die. Izuku doesn't know exactly how it happens, but one moment he's standing around 5 yards away from the girl, his mouth forming around Sensei's name in a yell, and the next he's right in front of her, fist ped back. Viridian sparks fly around him and dance in his eyes, and it's like everything that happens next is in slow motion. He's just a couple feet away from her, and this close he can hear the way her breath hitches in alarm and disbelieving shock. He can see his own reflection in her gaze, and a shudder races down his spine at the same time as Aizawa shifts just slightly behind him. And Izuku knows that what he did was stupid. It was downright dangerous. Because now he's in the way of Aizawa's vision. The man can't see the girl with Izuku right there, so he can't erase whatever her quirk is. Which is bad, because that's one of the biggest rules they have. Don't get in Aizawa-sensei's way when there's an unknown variable. Let him take it out of the equation. But with the criminal's hands closing around the handle of the gun, Izuku can't find it in himself to regret his actions. It's not like erasure can erase a gun or change the trajectory of a bullet. Izuku aims for the spot just below her throat and neck, the spot that All Might taught him about just a couple weeks ago that's supposedly great for quick detainment, and that sense of trifling panic comes back full force, but this time it's not his own. It's hers. She's desperate. At the same time as his first knuckle brushes her skin, a white light seems to spill from the criminal's eyes, and in less than a second the light envelopes Izuku whole until it's all he knows. There's a sharp pain at the base of his spine, and then something so cold being injected into him that he can't help but spasm, back arching into nothingness. The ice in his veins quickly transforms into a scorching fire, and the change gives him whiplash. And just when Izuku thinks he can't take any more of it, when the guttural screams that rip out of him make him taste copper on his tongue and between his teeth, the world slips from underneath his feet and sends him headfirst into the void. It's the vibration that wakes him up first. There's a live current going through Izuku's body, traveling from the tips of his fingers all the way down to his toes and back again. He didn't really expect the electricity to be cold, as Kaminari surely isn't, but to be honest, that's not even close to being the weirdest thing he's experiencing at the moment, so he chooses not to dwell on it for now. He blinks his eyes open and sees a pretty little flower waving at him, right in front of his nose. It makes him sneeze, and the yellow petals fly off into the wind. Picking his head up, Izuku tries to remember what the hell happened leading up to this. He can still feel the after effects of the pain and heat on his body, but he can't quite recall the events that occurred. And why is it so chilly out? Oh good, you're awake. Izuku does not squawk and stumble immediately upon trying to get to his feet. Thank you very much. It feels like he was just recently born, as the world around him feels sharp. The lights are brighter than usual and his senses are off the charts. He can smell the grass and soil all around him so easily now, which has never happened to Izuku before. Sensei, he says, twisting his head to search for where the man is. The words die in his throat upon seeing Aizawa. Izuku's mouth hangs open, his eyes going wide, and it takes at least 10 seconds for him to even process what he's looking at. Because that is decidedly not Aizawa-sensei. Instead, there's a large cat sitting in front of him. It has fluffy, long black fur, and it has its tail wrapped neatly around its paws. The ears are pointed and have tufts of hair on the tips, and Izuku can't help but stare for two reasons. 1. The cat is huge, almost abnormally so, and 2. Why is the fur on its chest and neck a dark gray, almost resembling a mane? Midoriya, the cat says, and oh, Izuku realizes that is what was talking. He's going insane. Whatever quirk he was hit with must have been strong. Izuku blinks once, twice, trying to find the right words to say. He may as well humor his weird dreams. Sir, you don't look normal? Not Aizawa just stares at him through dark eyes. You're one to talk, kid. Look at yourself. For a moment, Izuku isn't sure what he's talking about, but then his brain catches up with him, and sheet. He's almost scared to look, but he does it anyway. Quick, like ripping off a band-aid. What he sees beneath him are small white paws and gray fur to match, and that's when everything clicks into place: his senses, the clarity, the pain, his shortness, and makes him positively shriek. He tries to jump to his feet again, is it pause now, but still trips. His face meets the ground with a muted thump, and Izuku stays like that for a second, thinking things over. And that's when he suddenly feels it. There's something on him. Attached to him. Moving. Logically, he knows it's a tail. He's probably a cat, just like Aizawa, so he probably has a tail too, but that doesn't stop him from panicking at the sudden feeling and knowledge that there's something there. Carefully, he cranes his neck back to look behind him, eyes still comically wide, and a small gasp escapes him. There, at the end of his body, is what looks like a feather duster. Izuku's fur is the fluffiest on this part of him, and a dark stripe runs along the tail to the tip, nearly drowning out the light gray altogether. Oh, that's a tail all right. And how weird is that? Now that he's actively thinking about it, he can move it just by thinking. It feels like muscle memory. He picks his head up and the tail follows, sticking straight up in the air. He flattens himself more to the earth, tail and ears both following suit, and Izuku suddenly aches for his journal. As he tries to get used to the feeling of having 4 paws and a tail and fur all over him, a large shadow descends upon him, turning his world dark. His head snaps up, and he struggles to right himself. He almost forgot that Aizawa is here. Sensei, we're cats, yes. His monotone voice has Izuku's jaw snapping shut. You've been asleep for about an hour? His head tilts to the side, and all Izuku can think about is, oh, those are long whiskers. Do you remember what happened before this? It all comes back to Izuku in parts, like puzzle pieces fitting together. He recites the events that he can think of at the top of his head and only stops when Aizawa nods his head in approval. Checking for concussion or memory loss, Izuku thinks. He's probably also trying to make sure the quirk didn't have a drag-type effect too. After finally managing to keep his balance on his new paws and stand straight, Izuku realizes that it's not really that Aizawa is big so much as it is that Izuku is just really small. That's why his sensei seems like a mammoth to him. Even in human form, Aizawa isn't this much bigger than Izuku. Is it because Sensei is fluffy, or is he just that big-boned? Or maybe the quirk made a mistake. Izuku needs to know about the details of the attacker's power in order to take an educated guess, and Sensei is walking away. He's already trotting off, deeper into the forest, and wow, when did that happen? They're in the woods. As if at the reminder that it should be doing so, Izuku's nose starts to twitch when all the scents around him come to life, even richer and thicker than before. He tastes the air on his tongue and frowns at how earthy it is. It's much different than the air in the city, though if Izuku tries he can still pick out the faint smell of oil and people. Maybe that's just the lingering scent of Mizutofu on Aizawa and I. We must have been turned into cats and then teleported, right? There's no way someone could drop us off in the middle of nowhere so quickly. And even then, why would they even do something like, "Kid, you coming?" Izuku's attention snaps back to the matter at hand. Aizawa is waiting 10 yards ahead, tail brushing the leafy ground at the entrance to what looks like an even thicker area of trees. They were sent to a small clearing of some kind, Izuku realizes, taking a quick glance around him. The warm sunlight is beating down on him overhead, but the area where Aizawa is it looks nicely shaded. Was this a random location we were directed to, or was this pre-picked? He starts to run to catch up to his teacher, and while he still feels a little unsteady at the change of perspective, he thinks he does all right in getting there quickly until it's time for him to slow down. He ends up tasting dirt for the 3rd time in as many minutes, and his body heats up in embarrassment when he sees Aizawa just staring at him, face expressionless. Giving another slow blink, he turns and makes his way further into the woods, not deigning Izuku's tumble a reaction. Great. Just brilliant. Izuku gives a nervous chuckle and practically leaps to his paws again, having to walk quickly to keep in pace with Aizawa. 2 steps for Aizawa is a whole bound for Izuku, and it doesn't look like the man-cat is going to slow down for him anytime soon, so Izuku has to hustle. "Do you know where we are, sir?" he asks, looking up at him while trying not to sound as breathless as he feels. He doesn't think he quite manages it, but Aizawa thankfully doesn't mention it if he notices. Judging by how high up the sun is, I'd say it's been at least 14 hours since we were at that store. Likely even more. His eyes narrow, which means we could have been taken almost anywhere in that span of time. That doesn't give us much to work with. So it doesn't even matter if they were teleported or dropped off or whatnot. They're not able to narrow down a list of potential locations using timestamps anyway, so what does it matter? I've never seen these types of trees near Mizudafu before, Izuku says, staring at the grooves on the trees around him and how tall they are. They're a lot thicker than the ones around Yue, so they could be old. A large bird takes flight from one of them in the near distance and Izuku shudders, taking a step closer to his teacher before he can help himself. And this place looks too big to be a regular park. Maybe it's a reserve? Are there any reserves near Mizudafu? Aizawa hums, but it comes out as a low rumble from his chest. If I had to take a guess, I'd say we're probably somewhere on the outskirts of central Japan. This forest goes on for miles, and I can't think of any that are this big in Shizuoka. Something sharp hits Izuku in the heart. What if we're not even in Japan anymore? His voice is little more than a whisper now, and Aizawa stops taking stock of their surroundings to fully look at Izuku. I doubt any quirk is powerful enough to teleport us all the way overseas, Midoriya. I also don't think someone would go through all the trouble of personally transporting us that far away. As I said, it's more likely that we're just in another prefecture. We could even be off the side of a mountain. A mountain? Izuku says incredulously. But the closest one to Yue would still be a fifth of the way across Japan. That's terrifying, but also so cool. Aizawa gives him a look, meaning the words weren't as silent as Izuku thought, and the boy immediately backtracks. I meant the quirk. The teleportation aspect of it. To be able to turn two people into cats and then probably teleport them? It's really cool. He adds the last part in a much softer tone, trailing off, but thankfully Aizawa doesn't seem to be about to lecture him. I'm not so sure it was teleportation, he says instead. Shape-shifting and teleportation have no correlation. It would make more sense for there to be two separate quirks. But there were only two other conscious people near us in the store, right? And you had their quirks erased. There were civilians, Aizawa reminds him, lifting his nose in the air to smell something. They were still in the back, sir, and they probably couldn't see us. If they had a long-range quirk and accidentally activated it, wouldn't there be more than the two of us here? Aizawa hums at the question. He leaps over a large fallen log, and Izuku hangs back, just staring at it. How is he supposed to jump that? He can barely even walk straight as he is right now. With a look of concentration passing over his face, Izuku debates whether or not he should try to leap over it or find a different way. Which would All Might choose? Just as Izuku's about to say screw it and try to jump it, as he's never one to back down from a challenge, he notices a small opening under the curved log. If he tries, he could probably get himself under it instead of having to go over it. He does just that, shoving his head under first and then wiggling his shoulders after, except now his paws are stuck under him. He writhes a little more, resembling a dying fish, and grunts in frustration. Why has everything been so difficult for him lately? What did he do? With his back paws scrabbling furiously at the earth beneath him, Izuku manages to get a little more free, enough for one of his front paws to get unstuck. He pushes himself again and pops out of the tight spot like a newly born kitten, and the small shot of pride that runs through him is nothing short of euphoric. He catches up to Aizawa and acts like he never fell behind in the first place, while secretly marveling over his teacher's ability to so easily adapt in this form. Izuku is still busy trying to keep his breathing under control when Aizawa speaks again, voice as monotone as always. The cashier was hiding under the counter during the robbery. I didn't have their quirk erased, and I'm sure they were still watching everything happen. They could have been the cause of the teleportation, if any occurred at all. A flick of the ear. Or maybe they caused the whole shape-shifting part of this mess. You don't sound overly upset about that last part, Sensei. Izuku shakes his head. I've talked to that cashier before on my other visits. They have a quirk that allows them to change the color of any non-living thing as long as it has a volume smaller than 50 cubic feet. It's really interesting, but the cooldown is a bummer. Sensei quirks a brow. And they told you all that? Yeah. They've shown it to me before too. They make their cat's collar change colors all the time. I think green is her favorite, though. At the sudden reminder of Liho, Izuku finds himself frowning. He didn't see the cat right before the attack happened. She must have, hopefully, escaped to somewhere safe. Izuku doesn't know what he'd do if it comes out that she got hurt. His mood dampens significantly, and Izuku looks to Aizawa, needing to distract himself again. Sir? How did you get teleported with me? I think the quirk is touch activated because that white light only started coming out of her eyes when I grazed her. But if that's the case, that means I should have been the only one here, right? Aizawa stares at a suspicious furry animal as it walks by. Izuku isn't sure what it even is. You might not have felt it, his teacher begins, but before that cloud thing covered you entirely, I tried to grab a hold of you. I caught your wrist. To drag you back out of whatever that was, goes unsaid, but the meaning is still heard, especially when Aizawa continues with a bit of an edge to his words now. You shouldn't have intervened, Midoriya. I specifically remember telling you to hang back. That was an order. Izuku studies the earth beneath him as he walks, and he feels his ears flatten to his head. If I didn't, what would have happened to you? Did you really expect me to stand by and watch? Heroes aren't meant to do that. Did Aizawa not even see the gun? Did he not notice the danger he was in? Izuku was justified. He knows he was. Was it reckless? Sure. But it was necessary. Something worse would have happened if he didn't step in. Worse than this? He thinks traitorously, and he forces himself to shake his head to clear it. All Might would have been proud, he assures himself. He would have done the same thing, right? Actually, no, he would have been faster. He would have been able to get to the new attacker before she could even think about activating her quirk. Despite his spike of irritation at himself and his earlier indignation, Izuku doesn't voice his thoughts aloud. He can't imagine his words would be well received, especially not during the terrifying situation they've found themselves in. Now's not the time to argue. Instead, he just turns his thoughts to hoping all the civilians were unharmed. He knows the cashier must have hit the panic button sometime during all the chaos, so by the time Aizawa and Izuku were presumably knocked out or teleported away, the backup should have been around the corner. But would it have arrived in time is the question. He mutters an apology when the silence becomes too much, and he feels Aizawa's gaze on him now, burning through his fur. Sensei lets out a tired breath. There's no use getting stuck on it now, we have to find a way out of here. But next time, Midoriya, I expect you to follow directions, especially when we're in the middle of a fight. There's no room for recklessness in the real world. The last part is a catchphrase for him. Izuku has heard it at least a dozen times so far in class. He nods his head to show he heard, mood considerably dampened. The temperature is dropping a little, and Izuku watches the way the leaves and branches sway in the wind. The thinner trees creak and groan dangerously. A variety of oranges and yellows and browns make up the whole forest. The ground is thick with brambles and prickly bushes, and Izuku has to be careful with where he puts his paws while he walks. Aizawa stays a yard or so ahead of him at all times, his steps certain there's not a show of hesitance anywhere in his fast pace. He was awake before Izuku was, so he might have already scouted around to see where they were. Damn it. Can't I do more? Izuku feels helpless here, just trailing behind his teacher and struggling to even walk as they try to find a way out of this place. Since their phones or clothing don't seem to have been transported with them, they have no reason to stay where they woke up. There's no way for anyone to track them that way. And besides, they both know they can't afford to waste precious time. They're in an uncharted, dangerous forest. Who knows what could be hiding in the thickets all around them? They're vulnerable like this. It's when they come upon the crest of a hill and Izuku stops right beside his teacher that he finally notices it. His claws. He has claws. Sharp, white and black nails are digging into the rough earth beneath him to keep him from sliding, and honestly it would be impossible for Izuku to not stare at them. He didn't even realize they were unsheathed. It was like second nature to him. They're small really, but they're still incredibly sharp and shiny. Izuku lifts up a paw to stare at them in awe, suddenly wondering what Aizawa's must look like. Bigger, probably. Much bigger. He struggles at first trying to get the claws to disappear, but once he does it he starts to focus on trying to unsheath them again. After he figures out how to do it at will with no hesitation, he tests his claws out by jumping on nearby trees and balancing on unstable logs. It's like he's training but not, and it's exciting. It reminds him of when he first received one for all well, minus the smashed limbs, of course. Wait a minute. Speaking of one for all, Can Izuku use it in this form? He hasn't seen Aizawa use his own quirk, at least not that he's been able to tell, so does that mean he can't? Or just that he hasn't tried it? Izuku is about to call upon one for all when something shiny catches his eye in the far distance. He perks up immediately, intrigued now, and really it's weird how well he can see the object from even this far away. In his human form he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all even if he was only a few yards away. He sprints past his teacher, who's busy sniffing at a trail on the ground, and circles around the shiny thing that caught his attention. It's moving around to get away from him, and Izuku realizes a few seconds into his examination that it's a whole crab. What? Izuku's tail sticks straight up in the air, and he doesn't give himself time to focus on how weird that sensation is. What's it doing all the way out here? There's no water. Hey, Sensei. Izuku throws an excited glance over his shoulder. It's a crab. It has pincers and everything. He drops his voice to a low murmur. I haven't seen a live one in a while. I wonder how old it is. It doesn't look very healthy. Aizawa trots over to investigate and circles the crab once before continuing on. It must have been dropped by a bird. Let's keep going. Oh. If it fell from a good height, its shell would have saved it from most of the damage. It's a wonder it's even alive, though. The crab stops moving and Izuku crouches down in front of it. It looks so big at this angle. So scary. Two beady black eyes stare back at him, making him shudder, and Izuku's fur spikes up a little. Kid! Aizawa calls. Oh, coming, sir. He makes to leave, but once he sees that the crab still hasn't moved, he paws at it, testing its reaction time. Is it close to being dead? Or is it sleeping? Izuku is suddenly hit with a terrifying question. Do crabs actually nap? Is that what this is? He's proven wrong in just the next second, however, as when he brings his head down to nudge at it, one of the crab's pincers snaps shut and latches onto his nose. And Izuku, for all of his training, can't help but let out an ear-piercing screech. Yowling at the pain, Izuku rears back onto his hind legs and stumbles, falling onto his back. He rolls over and over, trying to paw it off, but the crab just won't let go, and okay, maybe he does deserve this for not listening to Aizawa and leaving it alone in the first place. This could have been avoided. Izuku doesn't think he's ever been more regretful. There's the thrum off paw steps on the grassy floor, and suddenly the crab is being gripped between much larger jaws. It's torn off of Izuku's nose and flung far away, somewhere into the brambles to the side of them. It may be just the wind, but he swears he can hear it scuttling away. Aizawa? How did he make it over here so quickly? Izuku is panting, and he straightens himself up to maintain what little dignity he has left. He holds his nose between two paws and rubs at it, barely holding back his whimpers. He never thought having his nose pierced like that would hurt so much. Jesus, kid. Can't leave you alone for 3 seconds, can I? Huffing, Aizawa stands in front of him. Let me see. Moving his paws, Izuku lets his teacher study his nose for a moment. It's throbbing, so he can't exactly tell how hurt it is. Well, it's not bleeding, so that's good. It should be fine if you stop messing with it. Now come on, we don't have much time. We have to make it out of this forest before dark. They'll be searching for us soon. Izuku refrains from pointing out that since they don't know the size of the forest, they can't predict how long it'll take them to leave it, much preferring to not make Aizawa even more irritated than he already surely is. And just like that, they're off again, with Izuku trailing shamefully behind his teacher. He supposed he really shouldn't be surprised at Aizawa's curtness. They're both in danger here in this unknown place, so to him this isn't just another mission, it's survival. It's life or death. Izuku needs to dial it back some. He needs to try and help out as much as he can without making things harder for his sensei. So, for the next few grueling hours of walking and sniffing, Izuku stays near him to make sure he won't worry, and he also refrains from speaking too much unless necessary. All of the cool birds and rodents he sees? All of the plants he'd like to ask about? He stays silent and instead shoves those thoughts and questions into a folder in his head. Because maybe in the future Aizawa will be ready to answer them then. Or he could search them up, assuming they'll get out of this. His paws feel like they're about to drop off any second by the time Aizawa stops for what seems the 1000th time to check their direction. The sun has dipped lower into the sky, and Izuku thinks it may be the beginning of evening time now. He plops down on his haunches and tries to quietly catch his breath. Aizawa, the lucky hero, isn't even struggling. He hasn't complained not once yet, and Izuku is trying to follow his example. He knows how to handle harsh conditions, of course he does, but this entire situation is. His short legs make it hard for him to walk the same pace as Aizawa, and while Izuku has pretty good stamina and endurance, he's never had to do a whole obstacle course for hours straight. That's what this forest is, really, an obstacle course. And not the fun kind. If only Izuku could use his quirk to help himself out. It would surely make things just a bit easier to deal with, for the both of them. Izuku could scout up ahead and probably even triple his speed. But a few hours ago he'd asked Aizawa if he should try it, and the teacher barely even let him finish the question before telling him don't even think about it. Your limbs will blow off for sure in this form if you use it. He wouldn't budge on that at all, even with Izuku pointing out that there's no way they can know for sure unless he tries it. Izuku honestly doesn't think the backlash will be too bad. He has a pretty good handle on one for all in his human form now, right? So shouldn't that good quirk control transfer over into this form too? Is that even how that works? His stomach rumbles as he struggles to make it over a stump, and Izuku immediately feels his fur begin to heat up when Aizawa pauses to look back at him from the crest of the hill they're on. A crease forms between where his brows should be. Are you hungry? Yes, sir. Just a little. It's fine. We have to keep going. No, Aizawa looks around, eyes narrowing against the glare of the sun, and after a few moments he flicks his tail. Come on. There's a stream over there. Aizawa, to his credit, actually waits for Izuku this time as they make their way to the only area of freshwater that they could see. He stays just a step behind Izuku and nudges him forward whenever he trips or stumbles. Something that Izuku is both embarrassed about and grateful for at the same time. Soon, Izuku is staring at his rippling reflection in the water after drinking enough of it to add 5 extra pounds to his weight. It was ice cold and absolutely delicious. Izuku briefly wishes they could have a way to take some with them, but he ultimately guesses that they'll just have to stick close to it while they continue on their way to nowhere. Water leads to civilization in most cases. It's their best choice. Now that their thirst is quenched, what about their hunger? There's not a lot of selection out here. Izuku spotted some berries on a few bushes on the way here, but neither he nor Aizawa could tell what kind they were, and it's not like they can afford to just eat random berries and hope for the best. They can't risk it in case they're poisonous to them. Izuku hasn't spotted any of the edible plants Sensei told the class about before, so that's out of the question too. What else can they? There's a splash, and Izuku raises his head up to see Aizawa backing out of the stream, holding a writhing green fish in his jaws. He quickly strides over to the tree line and deposits it in a shallow hole there before going back to the shore, searching. Izuku watches in silence, awed, as Aizawa dives back into the water and comes out with a slightly smaller fish, this one blue and silver. Izuku's eyes are almost comically wide at this point. He gets to his feet and walks over to his teacher. So cool. He didn't miss either time. He caught them so easily. Hell, Izuku didn't even see any fish in the stream while he was drinking. This'll have to do, Aizawa announces. We can't spend all our time here searching for food. We need to find someplace to sleep tonight as well if we can't make it out. Sir, he breathes, staring at the now motionless fish before him and ignoring his previous words. How did you do that? Aizawa pushes the blue one towards him and sits back, giving him a sidelong glance. Luck. That was more than good luck. There's no way. Izuku stares at him with sparkling eyes, and he sees Aizawa's tail curl around his paws in what could be a self-soothing gesture. That was awesome. He gets a dismissive grunt in reply. I hope you're up for eating this. We're able to eat fish raw as humans, so we should still be fine in having this, cats or not. It's just getting around to actually eating it that might be an issue for you. At the mention of what's to happen next, Izuku feels his excitement fade yet again. He wrinkles his nose, wincing. He's not picky with food, normally, but this? He's never eaten raw fish right off the bones before the scales are still on and everything too, and the eyes on the head are staring at him. He knows cats generally shouldn't have raw fish, not often at least, but Aizawa could be right. Who knows if they carried on that immunity they have as humans to it? Besides, it's not like they have anything else to eat at the moment. Aizawa must see his face, because he nudges a rock in his direction. If you want, Midoriya, you can scrape off the scales to make it easier to get through, but be careful so you don't cut yourself. The scales will be sharp. Izuku feels like objecting to this all the more he stares at the fish, but once he sees Aizawa already trying to eat his own fish, he keeps his opinion to himself. He grabs the sharp rock between his teeth and gently drags it back and forth over the fish's skin, bringing up all the scales he can. I can't believe I'm doing this. After he's wiped away most of the scales, he uses the rock to slice the fish open and give him more direct access to the meat. He's cut fish plenty of times before with his mom, so this part isn't new to him, but still. He stares at the pale flesh, contemplating, but when he sees Aizawa make himself take his own first bite, Izuku hesitantly bends down to follow. It takes longer than it should have for Izuku to chew it all and finally swallow, but when he does, he's surprised at how not bad it tastes. It's not delicious, but it's not horrible either. He can eat this. It doesn't even taste like it has that seafoody smell either, which is weird. Maybe his nose is messing with him? Either way, Izuku starts to dig in again. He eats faster than he first started and is careful to mind the small bones. Now that he's really getting into it, he thinks that maybe he can actually classify it as tasty. Surprisingly, he finishes his food before Aizawa does, and the man just studies him for a second once he notices this before pushing the last bit of his own fish toward him. "Here," he says, already getting to his paws. Izuku jolts. "Oh no. I'm okay, Sensei, thanks. You need to eat." "Midoriya, it's fine. My fish was bigger than yours anyway, so I've had my share." His jaws open wide in a yawn, and Izuku catches sight of large, sharp white teeth. "Eat it." "But, Sensei, you need your strength." "Eat," he orders, tone brooking no room for argument. Izuku swears he sees his whiskers twitch in slight amusement. "You're tinier than me anyway, so you need more food to grow." Izuku feels his body heat up, and he trots over to sniff at Aizawa's leftover fish. "I'm not that tiny," he mutters, right before saying his thanks. He obediently finishes the meat Aizawa didn't get to yet, and when he's done he licks his paws and wipes his face, almost on instinct. He glances over to see Aizawa scoping out the terrain again, his black, extremely fluffy tail held high. It looks like a feather duster, Izuku thinks to himself all of a sudden. Or like a very voluminous plant. He's walking up to it before he can help himself, steps deadly silent. He avoids stepping on any pieces of bracken or fallen leaves, as he doesn't want to alert Aizawa to what he's doing. His belly is low but doesn't touch the ground, and he takes care to not let his own trail brush across the floor. He is the epitome of stealth. It looks so soft. Izuku just knows it has to be. Aizawa still somehow looks well-groomed and sleek from when Izuku woke up this morning, so there's no way it isn't soft. When he's right behind his teacher, he chances a swat at the tail, but Aizawa moves away just in time to continue surveying the area. Izuku follows him and tries again, but Aizawa still manages to move forward just in time. "I have to be quicker." This happens 2 more times before Izuku decides to just go for it and bite the tail instead to make it stop moving. Which, in hindsight, probably wasn't the most logical thing for him to do. There's a hiss, and Aizawa's head snaps around to glare at him. With the now confirmed soft tail still held in Izuku's mouth, the kid can only stare at him with wide eyes, guilty as can be. He spits out the fur and laughs nervously, sitting down and drumming his paws on the ground. "I don't know what came over me. I'm so sorry, Sensei." Aizawa's eyes narrow. "Keep your claws and teeth to yourself, kid, unless you want me biting at your tail." Izuku remembers sharp white teeth and shivers, shaking his head fervently. No, he'd rather not lose his tail to his teacher, as he's sure the other could probably snap it right off if he tried. And isn't that just a terrifying thought? As they get up to leave, Izuku's stomach starts to cramp. The fish isn't as delicious anymore now that he's looking at the aftermath. Honestly, being a cat isn't as fun as he thought when he first woke up. Logically and professionally, he knows how serious this all is, but when he first realized he got turned into a cat, who can blame him for feeling a little excited? Now, though, those bad feelings are coming back. He wonders if this is the only thing that Aizawa is feeling, and so when they start off again, he can't help but ask a question to try and quell his darkening thoughts. The police were called by the store employee, so they should have arrived in time to capture those villains before they could get away, so we can be reversed, right? Since they caught the person who turned us into this. Aizawa lets out a tired breath through his nose. Well, kid, we have to make it home first. Frowning at the not answer, Izuku looks up to the sky through the canopy of leaves above and stops himself from asking if that part is even possible at all. Sensei is getting frustrated. Izuku can tell, as it's rather obvious. With Aizawa moving at his normal pace again and not slowing down at all, Izuku is having trouble keeping up. He's just too short, damn it. He trips over another root while trying to catch up, getting a thorn stuck in the pad of his paw in the process. Biting back a hiss and struggling on, he limps as quickly as he can. When Aizawa takes another one of those pauses to smell the air and look around, Izuku plops down and chews at it, trying to grasp the thorn between his teeth and pull it out. It's harder than it sounds, though, because it's not until the sixth time he pulls back and tries again that he actually gets a hold of the offending thing, and by that time Aizawa has already started off again. Wait, geez, come on. Panicking, he loses his grip on the thorn and is forced to trudge onwards, but when he steps on his paw again it only drives the thorn further in. He can't hold back the yelp this time, causing Aizawa's head to snap back to stare at him. Kid! Nothing! It's nothing, sir! Izuku sits back on his haunches and attempts to hide his throbbing paw with his tail. He gives another one of his innocent smiles, but Aizawa just blinks, unfazed. Aha! His eyes move from Izuku's face to his paws, and then back again. He raises a brow, as if to prompt him, but Izuku doesn't break. He's not going to tell his sensei he got a splinter. That's beyond embarrassing. He can just deal with it later, since it's really not the most pressing issue at hand. That's what a hero would do, right? Besides, it doesn't even hurt that much. Yeah, that last part is a lie. Izuku is left in even more pain than before when he's forced to continue along behind his sensei. It was a struggle before just to keep up, but now with a stupid splinter in his front paw? It's like the world is trying to fail him. It's not that Izuku is clumsy, really. He'd like to think he can walk at least a little better than this in his human form. Sure, he still trips sometimes, but that's only when he's not paying attention. It's just that he feels so unsteady in the form he's in right now. How Aizawa can adapt to this all so well is a mystery and an irritation to Izuku. Sensei doesn't even look fazed. He hasn't once during this entire endeavor so far. This is how Izuku knows he's the problem. If his teacher can do it, he should be able to as well. And the fact that he can barely keep up with Sensei's human equivalent of a light jog is telling of Izuku's lack of skill. He's tiny, and it's frustrating. He hasn't felt helpless in a long time, not since All Might started training him, but right now all he's feeling is weak. The thorn is like a knife in his paw now, and Izuku has to stop walking on it altogether in order to not freak out. He has a high pain tolerance, but this is just terrible. He can hear birds chirping all around him, echoing around the forest, and honestly it almost feels like they're mocking him. I wish I could understand what they're saying. Maybe they could lead us out of here. It's when Izuku trips over the 9th root in as many minutes and faceplants, getting a mouthful of bark and dirt in the process, that he hears Aizawa huff. He looks up with wide eyes, shrinking in on himself once he sees the irritation so thinly hidden on his teacher's face. Of course his failures wouldn't go unnoticed. Midoriya, Aizawa says sharply, tail twitching. Red and orange leaves flutter down from above, making it look like a sunset is framing him. His fur is puffed out, making his shadow much larger than what it was. I'm sorry. Izuku flattens his ears, hating how stupid he's appearing. I know I'm taking too long, Sensei, but if I could just use my quirk. Aizawa's eyes flash gold before Izuku can finish the sentence. Don't even think about it. We don't know how it'll affect you in this form. It could kill you. But you can use your quirk just fine. He sputters, even though he knows it's a weak argument. Mine isn't as physically demanding as yours is. You can barely control your quirk in your human form, Midoriya. Using it in that tiny body right now? You'll blow yourself apart. But if I can just get used to it, we could probably be out of here much quicker, and I wouldn't be slowing us down. I said no, Aizawa tells him sternly, glaring daggers at him. End of discussion. Izuku's jaw snaps shut and he turns away. He doesn't want to argue with Sensei, he never has, but come on. He knows the dangers of trying out one for all right now, but honestly, what's the alternative? Is Izuku going to be stuck slowing Aizawa down, putting them both in even more danger in the process? With the rate Izuku is going at, who knows how long it'll take them to get out of here. A small bout of irritation runs through him. Why is Sensei more concerned with Izuku's physical health than he is about their shared survival? Izuku is cold and small and scared, and this forest is like a labyrinth to him. He swears he's seen that same tree up ahead before, along with that spindly bush over there, but Aizawa doesn't mention it, so it must be Izuku's imagination. And that's another thing to worry about. This scenario is so weird that he can't even be sure it's not his imagination. But even if it's not, how do they know these effects aren't permanent anyway? While at first it was exhilarating to be in a new place and body, more to analyze and figure out, now it's just tiring. Just thinking about all of this is making Izuku's gut churn. They need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Why can't Aizawa see that? Izuku doesn't know why or even how he does it, but a low, angry rumbling starts up in his chest. It makes his discontent well known, and he feels his chest fur puff up on its own accord. Aizawa-sensei stops and turns to look at him again, face blank as he processes what he's hearing, and then Izuku sees his eyes narrow. "Don't talk back to me," he says in warning. Despite the command, Izuku can tell his teacher is just as confused as he is, given by the bit of uncertainty in his voice. He must not be quite sure what to make of the rumbling either. But Izuku, who doesn't know how that could be considered talking back or arguing, just forces out a "yes, sensei." And then they're off yet again, except this time Izuku is still going just as slow if not 5 times slower. His eyes are drooping and his paws are like bricks. It's hard to bring them up off the ground each time he steps. It's like little needles are pricking at his paw pads, jostling that stupid thorn that's still stuck in one of them. His body won't be able to hold up for much longer. Keep going, he reprimands himself. Come on. Just keep following him. Keep him in your sight at least. He's so caught up in his concentration that he doesn't even realize Aizawa has trotted back and is circling him until it's too late. "Tell me if this hurts," Aizawa instructs. "Waff." Izuku cuts off with a yelp when jaws take hold of his scruff and lift him clean off the ground. He dangles, momentarily stunned into silence at the ease in which Aizawa picked him up. "What? Midoriya?" Sensei's voice is muffled. Izuku shifts as much as he can in his grasp, not liking the feeling of sharp teeth pricking at the back of his neck. It's not painful, but it's definitely not comfortable. It's like he's suddenly paralyzed. He can barely even move his mouth to form a response. "I'm okay, sir." "It doesn't. I don't think it hurts." "You don't think?" Aizawa echoes, sounding hesitant. "Yeah. I can't really move at all." Aizawa makes a satisfied noise at the back of his throat and begins to walk again. "That's good then. Sit tight for a while, got it? We can move faster this way." The much larger cat somehow moves at the same pace as before. It doesn't seem like he's slowed down one bit. He's carrying Izuku as if he weighs nothing, and maybe to him he really doesn't. Either way, Izuku is forced to hang here and accept the situation. With the way Aizawa is holding him, Izuku is pressed up against his fluffy chest fur, which is keeping him warm. He'd be lying if he said he didn't like it, but this is not helping him feel any less weak. In fact, he feels even more helpless. Now that Izuku doesn't have to worry about walking, though, he can spend some time looking around the area. The trees are getting taller and thicker at their base as they proceed, providing better shelter and shade for the animals living around it. Izuku studies all the different leaves fluttering about and mentally catalogs what types of trees they belong to, trying to pinpoint where they could be in Japan based on their surroundings alone. He hasn't seen some of these trees in person before, so it's obvious they're at least a bit away from home. But just how far is the question? The crunch of leaves beneath Aizawa's paws catches Izuku's attention from time to time, and the cat finds himself itching to play in the small piles of undergrowth they pass by. He doubts Aizawa would approve of that course of action, though, so he pushes down his urge to squirm around. He has to stay still. The forest gets thicker and more overgrown the more they go on, and when Aizawa is about to squeeze past a particularly tight area, Izuku gasps. "Sensei, don't go through there." Aizawa comes to a halt, making an inquiring noise. "It's poison ivy." Izuku kicks up a paw, sniffing the air at the same time just out of curiosity. He wants to commit the smell of poison ivy to memory just in case. "Look at the leaves." There's a few moments spent with Aizawa just standing there, obviously confused, and then Izuku is being dropped to his own paws. "How can you tell?" Izuku, who is now busy trying to get that stupid thorn out of his paw once and for all, starts to recite the lesson ectoplasm gave them a few weeks ago about environmental safety. "Leaves of 3, let them be. It has 3 leaves on each stem, Sensei. And poison ivy leaves are kind of rounded at the edges, not pointed. Oh, and at the point right there where those 3 leaves meet. It's red. Do you see it? That's how you know it's poison ivy, that and those white berries. We have to go around it." Another moment or two and Izuku finally has the offending piece of wood out of him. That feels so much better. But now my paw is throbbing. When he looks up, Aizawa is staring at the plants with a blank expression. But then he shrugs and turns to pick Izuku back up. "Nice job, kid. We can go around it, though I doubt it would have affected us the same in these forms as it would have as humans. It's best to be safe." The praise is so unexpected that Izuku isn't even given enough time to protest Aizawa carrying him again. He's too busy trying to calm his jittery heart. The sun has almost disappeared completely by the time Aizawa calls it a day. He sniffs around for a few minutes, pawing at all the trees and bushes around them, before seeming to make a decision. "We can rest here," he announces, turning back to Izuku. Izuku tips his head, staring at where they're going to be staying the night. It doesn't look bad, but at the same time it doesn't look good. He slinks forward, trying to hide his discomfort. He doesn't want Aizawa to think he's complaining or unhappy about this situation, especially since they really don't have any other choice. When the sun disappeared, it took all the warmth with it, allowing for an icy chill to permeate the air. Hell, it must be around 50 degrees Fahrenheit out right now, and that's not counting the sudden wind that started whipping between all the trees. If they stay out for any longer, Izuku may just freeze. That's probably the only reason Aizawa decided to stop for the night. Izuku can see how antsy his teacher is. Sensei wants to go. He wants out of here, and Izuku can't blame him. Without me dragging him down, how much farther could he have made it? I bet he would have gone twice as far, if not more. Aizawa has found an abandoned nest at the base of a large old maple tree for them to rest in. It looks like it's been there for a while, and Izuku can't smell any other animal around it, so he figures it should be okay to use. It'll be good shelter from the wind, at least. He ducks inside, marveling at how spacious it is. He wouldn't have guessed it to have this much room from the outside. Or maybe it just seems big because of how small he is. Either way, Izuku knows this can work. Aizawa appears at the mouth of the nest with thick vines in his jaws, and he stands on his hind legs to drape them over the entrance. More protection from the cold, Izuku's brain supplies. The vines cascade down like some sort of barrier, and they swish when Aizawa goes inside. This time Sensei is carrying some dried brambles. He spreads it out across the ground and pats it down with his paws, tail held high. Izuku briefly wonders how he seems so experienced with this. It's like he knows everything. When Aizawa settles down, he's right in front of the entrance, blocking off the rest of the den from intruders. His coat is fluffy enough to cover it almost entirely, which makes Izuku let out a silent breath in relief. It's not UA security, but it will help in deterring most animals. "Try to rest," Aizawa says, wrapping his tail around his paws as he gets ready to sleep. "We'll get up early in the morning to get a head start." Izuku presses himself against the back wall of the den and copies him. He isn't sure exactly how a cat sleeps, so he's left assuming Aizawa is doing it right. He probably is. "Good night," he whispers, watching his breath rise and disappear into the wood above. Aizawa grunts something in reply, turning his face away from his student. He must be tired, Izuku assumes. Having to carry another person cat for a few hours straight sounds exhausting. Izuku wouldn't have been able to do it, that's for sure. While he feels like shit, Izuku realizes soon after settling in that he can't go to sleep. His mind won't let him. He knows staring at someone while they rest is weird, so he averts his gaze from Sensei to study the space around him again. Even with 2 cats in the den, there's still some room to move around, and with Izuku having better eyesight in this form, he can see a lot. He can count how many leaves are on the ground without moving to get better light, and he can also count the wooden grooves running down the walls. It's like everything is in high definition, allowing him to navigate the nest without issue. Maybe this is a little cool. He wonders what his classmates are doing right now. Are they asleep in their beds back at the dorms, or are they unable to sleep like him? They must know they're gone by now, so what are they doing? Izuku hopes the heroes managed to contain the criminals from earlier today. Someone with the power to do something like this can't be allowed to walk around freely. What if they go and do the same thing to others? What if they already have? The chattering of his own teeth brings him out of his thoughts. Izuku gets up and starts to march in place to warm himself up. It's still really cold, and the temperature is continuing to drop. Is it about to snow? What's happening? He glances up to see Aizawa lying there peacefully. He's not shivering at all, much to Izuku's surprise. It must be because of how fluffy he is. The extra thick layer of fur on his neck is sure to help too, he supposes. Aizawa is safe from the cold simply because of how large he is. But Izuku, who's the size of a slightly overgrown kitten, is not. He barely even has medium-length hair. He's definitely not fluffy enough to generate that much body heat. Sensei is sleeping. His stomach rises ever so slightly with every breath, and Izuku has to swallow down his petulance. He wishes he could go to sleep that easily, but he's just too stressed. He doesn't usually sleep a lot as it is, not even at school. He studies and works out at night while listening to reruns of Present Mix radio channel until he gets too tired to even hold his pencil. So it's pretty obvious he won't be getting to sleep anytime soon, at least, not with how cold it is. Izuku needs to move around. He could warm up if he did some exercises like how he does in his dorm room. He could even try out one for all. He could see how it works in this form, not just by letting it run through his body but by actually putting it to good use. Will he still be able to do his signature moves? What about his air shots? A superpowered cat would be wicked. Sensei wouldn't even have to know. He still looks sound asleep, so it should be fine, right? Aizawa will be happy in the morning once he realizes they can move even faster now that Izuku has gotten used to his quirk in this form. Hopefully he'll be proud, as he won't have to worry anymore about Izuku slowing them down or getting blown up by his quirk. But even as he thinks this, Izuku still hesitates. He knows this isn't really a good idea, but just what if he's right? What if he tests out one for all and finds that he can use it just fine? It would be stupid to not use it to their advantage then. On the other hand, what if Aizawa is right? What if he shatters his limbs or worse, his entire body the moment he tries to use it? That would render him immobile for the foreseeable future. He'd be even more useless than he is now. More than that, he would burden his teacher. Izuku shakes himself, trying to get warm while he contemplates his next course of action. This is so stupid. If I had been stronger in the first place, we wouldn't be in this situation. Something dark catches his eye, and Izuku finds himself once again studying the vines hanging over the entrance to the den. They're swaying in the wind again, but this time he can clearly see the various sharp thorns jutting out from the stems. They look like they'd be incredibly painful. Izuku makes a mental note to stay wary around vines. He wouldn't want to have another splinter scenario. He chose vines because the thorns would prevent predators from coming in here during the night. Sensei is always resourceful and logical. He's always miles ahead. Can Izuku ever get to be like him? Like All Might or any of his other teachers? It's almost laughable to even ponder the question. If he wants to be like them, Izuku thinks eventually he has to do this. He has to try this out and just go for it. In this situation, All Might would do it too, right? He'd like to think so. Gran Torino has told him stories about how All Might has done many reckless things like this in order to get stronger. Of course, it wasn't exactly like this, but Izuku isn't looking at specifics. He just needs some kind of reassurance, and All Might is that. He'd want me to do this, he tells himself, ignoring how bad it actually sounds in his mind. This could be the difference between life and death. If he's going to go through with testing out one for all, Izuku will have to be outside. Preferably far away from this den, as he wouldn't want Aizawa to catch him in the act. Sensei won't be able to get angry in the morning if it's already happened. Izuku has most of Aizawa's trust back, so this should be okay. He trusts his student's judgment, doesn't he? Since Aizawa is blocking the main entrance and is frankly really big, too big for Izuku to dare try to leap over, he will have to go the other way. He can see a smaller hole to the outside near the other side of the nest. He can probably fit through it if he tries, so the only issue is just moving past Aizawa himself to do it. His nose has already proven to be sensitive. If Izuku gets too close or makes too much movement, he might notice and wake up, which is not something he wants to happen. Izuku has been caught being up past curfew before, so it's not that big of a deal. There really isn't a curfew in the scenario they're in right now anyway, but he doesn't want to do anything that might make Aizawa suspicious of him or upset. He knows the man has enough to deal with. So he crouches down low, belly barely brushing the ground, and creeps forward as quietly as possible. The rustling of trees outside and the roaring of the wind muffle most of the noise he's making, but he still has to be careful. His paws shake at the moment before he puts them back on the ground, and he has to swallow back his paranoia. This is something so simple and stupid, and yet he's still stressing over it. That's another reason why he needs to just get this over with. He needs to clear his head and try to warm up. He doesn't even breathe when he gets near Aizawa's nose. He sneaks past him and eyes the Izuku-shaped hole up ahead. Those stealth lessons from Snipe are coming in handy. Or so he thinks. The tip of his tail grazes against the ground and swishes up the leaves there, kicking them up. Damn it. For a second there he forgot he even had a tail. Izuku moves faster, heart-hammering. He's got it. He's past him. He's right by the other entrance now. He just needs to slip out without making any other noise and he'll be in the clear. A heavy paw pins Izuku's tail to the ground, making Izuku screech and jump almost completely out of his fur. Izuku whips around, only to trip and faceplant since the paw hasn't let his tail go yet. He looks up to see one of Aizawa's eyes open, his ears alert and twitching. "Sensei." Izuku begins. I didn't know you were awake. Where are you going? Oh, nothing. I mean nowhere. I'm doing nowhere. Going nowhere. His entire body heats up in embarrassment, and he swears he sees Aizawa's whiskers twitch in amusement in the faint light, but he can't be sure. Huh, Aizawa says, obviously not believing him but probably being too tired to call him out on the foolish lie. You do know how dangerous it is outside, right? His jaws stretch wide in a yawn. Owls will pick a little rodent up like you immediately. You won't see it coming, kid. Izuku huffs and sits down on his haunches, trying and failing to come back from the shame of getting caught so easily. I'm still not that tiny, Sensei. And it's not like I'm going to get kidnapped. We're in the middle of the forest. He throws a longing look at the entrance behind his teacher. I think I'd be okay. You can still get eaten. Murdered. Lost. The eye closes. And it's catnapped. Izuku refuses to laugh at that. Any other time and he might have, as Aizawa is rarely this lighthearted, but at this point in time he can't find it in himself to. He licks his paws and wipes them over his ears in an attempt to make himself look even more innocent. I didn't mean to wake you. I was just... He pauses, racking his brain for an excuse. I was looking for a warmer spot in here. It's a little chilly. A little... This time, both of Aizawa's eyes blink open. The teacher lifts his head off his paws and studies him. Midoriya, you're freezing. Am I really shivering that badly? Oh no, it's okay. Really. I'm not that cold. And besides, I'm sure it'll warm up soon. As if to prove his point, a drop of water falls from above and lands on his nose. Except it's so icy that he can't help but sneeze, the world around him darkening momentarily as he shudders. See? I'm okay. He lies down and flattens himself to the earth, acting as if he's about to go to sleep right there. Aizawa remains unconvinced, his expression clearly showing how unimpressed he is by Izuku's case. You need to get warm, he reminds him as if Izuku doesn't already know that. With your size it's dangerous to stay like that. You'll be lucky to make it to morning. Izuku looks down at the ground. I'm not too cold. I would be able to warm up a little if you just let me go. I've been in chillier climates, sir. Yes. That part isn't a lie. He remembers clearly how a couple of years ago the heat pump in his apartment broke and his mother couldn't afford to fix it right away. They were in the middle of winter then. Those were the worst weeks of his life if he's being honest. I doubt you were this small though. As I said, it's a hell of a lot more dangerous like this. I should have realized that sooner. Izuku jolts, and he can't really tell if it's because of his eagerness to reassure Aizawa or if it's because of the way his body is trembling nonstop. It's not your fault, Sensei. You can't control the weather. And it's not like you meant for this to happen. His teacher ignores him once again and pulls himself to his paws, seeming to reach a decision. Izuku watches Aizawa move the dried leaves and bracken to form a thicker nest around him, and he tries not to pout. He'd still be sleeping if I didn't wake him up. Here. Aizawa nudges one last twig into place before stepping back in and sinking down. He glances at Izuku as if beckoning him forward, but the boy stays rooted to the spot, unsure. What does he want him to do? Aizawa's eyes narrow in the dim light. I can already see the icicles forming on your face, Midoriya. You need to get warm, and this will help. Sleeping on the cold ground like how you were before won't help. You want me to sleep right beside you? He can feel himself burning up just from the thought of it alone, and he has to stop himself from blurting out that he's fine now. Actually, he's miraculously not cold at all. Sensei blinks slowly, and Izuku suddenly realizes how stupid he just sounded. I have enough body heat to share with you to keep you warm, and you need to be near me for that to happen. Right. That's the logical way to think about this, right? That's what this is? Despite Izuku's outward agreement, he hesitates. It's not that he doesn't want to get near Aizawa, it's just that this is awkward. He never expected his sensei to offer something like this. This is just a situational thing. He wouldn't offer if it wasn't necessary. But it's not necessary. Izuku isn't weak, and he surely doesn't need this to keep him alive. He's fine. Maybe. Sort of. The wind outside rattles the branches and vines, laughing at him, and Izuku flattens his ears. Aizawa always has the best ideas, and he's never failed anyone with his plans before, so is this okay? Aizawa must sense his hesitance because he turns away and flicks the tip of his tail. He looks like he's already done with this conversation. Sharing body heat between two people helps both sides. You learned that in class. They did learn that, but Izuku never thought he'd ever have to use that information. And certainly not so soon. And both sides. Aizawa said it'll help both of them, so Izuku isn't a burden or anything right now. As Aizawa always says, this is the logical thing to do in this situation, at least since Izuku is not allowed to warm up in a different, admittedly more reckless way. Sensei is just being smart. Izuku holds his breath and creeps forward, trying to mask his expression. He's not uncomfortable with the idea of sleeping near his teacher. On very rare occasions, Aizawa has joined the Class 1A cuddle pile on their movie nights, sometimes accidentally, sometimes because he was forced. Either way, it's not like it's never happened before. But Izuku just doesn't want Aizawa to be uncomfortable. Or to feel like he has to do this. Izuku may be absolutely freezing, but he can deal if Aizawa needs his space. It doesn't seem like he's going to budge or retract his offer anytime soon though, so Izuku slowly slinks closer and steps into the nest, one paw in. He looks up to gauge his teacher's reaction, continuing when he gets nothing. He places another in, then one of his back paws, and then he's finally stepping all the way inside. It's a big nest, really, and wow does Izuku feel weird saying that. Nest makes it sound like they're birds. Circling around, Izuku makes sure not to touch or disturb his teacher. He keeps as much distance between them as possible while still being inside the makeshift bed, and he carefully lies down. The bracken pokes him in the stomach and paws, but Izuku ignores it. Already this is a lot better than being on the floor. He's still trembling, but Aizawa is right. He can literally feel the heat radiating from his body right now. He feels like a furnace. The kind of furnace that Izuku wishes he and his mother had during their time of struggle. It's like a warm blanket that makes you never want to get out of bed again. The newfound warmth is short-lived, however. The vines rustle as the wind picks up and another draft of icy air comes through, ruffling Izuku's fur and whiskers and flowing over his small body. He lets out a shaky breath and tries to stop his teeth from chattering. This Isikis. This really Isikis. Maybe the sun will come up soon. Izuku knows it can't be past 11 o'clock at night right now, but he can hope, can't he? Maybe just this once the universe will take pity and speed up time, or maybe it'll decide to drop the temperature by a few more degrees. Izuku is feeling it already. He has to distract himself. He has to make himself sleep or else he's just going to sit here and shiver for the rest of the night. And that's just annoying, not just to him but probably to Aizawa. His mom always tells him to count sheep, and though that never seems to work for him, Izuku is going to try it again. Just in case. You never know in these kinds of situations. He pictures an almost unrealistically fluffy sheep jumping over a dazzling moon with more following, and he tries to cling to the imagery despite his near-violent shakes. The 400th sheep has just been accounted for when suddenly Izuku hears a small huff of agitation, making his ears prick and the sheep all float away. There's a shift in the bracken beneath him and behind him, a telltale sign for movement. Izuku twists his head back to see Aizawa towering over him again, and he doesn't even have time to say or do anything before jaws are grabbing a hold of his scruff once again. He squeaks, ready to protest, but by that time Aizawa is already dragging him over and lying back down, setting Izuku right down next to him. Izuku, for the first time in hours, is now completely still. His shaking has subsided for now because of his shock, and for a second he doesn't know what to do, as he's sunk almost completely into his teacher's hair. Sensei is much fluffier than he ever imagined. He could get lost in this. The fur is so soft and thick, and Izuku doesn't think he's ever been warmer in his life. He could cry right now, actually, but he doubts Aizawa would appreciate that. And that raises another very interesting question. Can cats even cry? What would that look like? Scratch that. What would it feel like? Izuku fits snugly in the crook of Aizawa's chest and neck, and in this position he can just about hear the slow but steady the thump of his heart. It's almost unreal. Aizawa's long fur covers Izuku up like a nice blanket, and Izuku is even able to use him as a pillow because of it. A few seconds ago he honestly thought he would suffocate, but he's okay. He's better than okay now. He opens his mouth, ready to thank his teacher profusely, but then Aizawa's feather duster of a tail comes up, slowly and wraps around him, providing even more warmth. And God, the relief that courses through Izuku is nothing short of blinding. He feels so safe right here, with Aizawa's much bigger body protecting him from the biting cold outside and warding off whatever animals would be inclined to come after them in the middle of the night. It's comforting, the closest thing to a hug he's gotten in a bit. And Izuku is suddenly that much more tired, just from the change of temperature. The sheep come back and prod at him out of the corner of his eye, waiting patiently. Thanks, Sensei, he mumbles finally, his embarrassment forgotten. There's a rumbled don't mention it from Aizawa, and Izuku can feel the vibrations of the words from where he's lying. It only lulls him further. This is so warm. So nice. His thoughts drift along with the wind raging outside, and his nervousness starts to escape him by bubbling up in his throat in the form of soft words. I wonder what All Might is doing right now, he yawns. Probably sleeping like any sane person should be. Izuku nods his head a little, sniffling. His nose started running earlier. Yeah. I hope he's okay. I hope everyone is okay. I'm sure they are, kid, says Aizawa, his voice a low rumble. All Might probably is. He's the coolest. Izuku knows he's rambling now, but he's just so tired. His filters come off when he's like this. Aizawa hums, and it feels nice with Izuku's face pressed up against his fur. He can't stop himself from mumbling. Not even Kaken's blankets are this soft. Midoriya. His head pops up immediately at the tone. Sir. Go to sleep. Izuku squeaks and ducks back down. Understood. After a few minutes his eyes peek out and catch on the smaller entrance to the den, and he listens to the faint whistling of the breeze coming through it. He lets his worries go, just for the night, and allows the sound to act as a lullaby. Maybe he can test out one for all later. When he wakes up, the other side of the nest is empty. Sunshine filters through the vines hanging from the entrance, and Izuku shivers at the warmth of it. It's by far a lot hotter than it was just a few hours ago, and for that he's grateful. He stretches, jaws opening wide as he exhales. Shaking himself, Izuku squeezes through the entrance to see Aizawa sitting a yard or so away, licking his paws and cleaning his face. Izuku tips his head, watching him. Aizawa does it in such a smooth way that Izuku swears this can't be his first time as a cat. There's just no way. "Morning, sir," he says excitedly, a bounce to his step. He can ponder about the cat Aizawa thing later. "I hope you slept okay?" "It was fine." Aizawa swipes over his face with a paw one more time before glancing at his student. He blinks, and Izuku sees an unidentifiable emotion flit across his features. In the next second, Aizawa is leaning forward to pat down the fur that's sticking up on top of Izuku's head. "What?" Aizawa frowns and licks his paw before, lightning quick, reaching over to flatten the fur down again, but Izuku ducks away just in time. "Hey," he says, mostly out of shock. He did not expect that of all things to happen. He sits up on his hind legs to fix his hair, frazzled now. Aizawa is still frozen with his paw held up in front of him, and his dark eyes are blown wide as if just now realizing what he did. But after a few more moments spent with Aizawa trying to figure out why on earth he decided to do that, the hero gets to his paws and turns away. Come on. Daylight is wasting. He doesn't look back once, he just expects Izuku to follow, which Izuku does, albeit after some hesitance. What was that all about? Is he okay? Izuku briefly wonders if Aizawa actually slept as fine as he said. Maybe he's just tired, or maybe this is actually a case of some sort of cat instinct making itself known within Aizawa. Either way, Izuku is not going to be forgetting about this anytime soon. He dutifully follows Sensei, just happy to be able to walk by himself. He doesn't want to be carried the whole way again, no thanks. Hopefully this time he can keep up. The terrain they tackle this time isn't too bad. It's not as rocky or uneven as what they went through yesterday. There are a few uphill climbs and a few thick areas of brush where they have to change paths to go around them, but other than that Izuku thinks that this is proving to be a much better day. Now, it may just be because Aizawa has decided to slow down his pace for him, but Izuku is managing to stay right beside his teacher the entire time. Save for short breaks to rest their paws and to find shelter from the occasional heat wave, they don't stop for much of anything. Izuku swings his head around from side to side while they travel, taking in all of their surroundings. He's going to tell All Might all about this place after they get out of here. It's beautiful. It isn't until the sun is directly above them that Izuku decides he can't ignore the hunger pains in his stomach. They never stop to scavenge something for breakfast, which is fine. Izuku wasn't going to say anything if Aizawa didn't mention it. But it has to be at least midday by now, and he's starving. He can't suffer in silence for any longer or else he's going to drop. He stops where he's at and is just about to muster up the courage to say something when Aizawa comes to a halt. "We can rest here," he announces. "We've made some progress." "Oh, thank God." Izuku sits down with a sharp exhale, liking at the pads of his sore paws. He's been constantly stepping on rocks and twigs lately, and it hurts. Aizawa disappears into some bushes and comes back a few moments later. "I don't see any safe berries around here, so we'll have to find something else. Something live." The way he says it makes it sound so normal despite their situation. Izuku stops liking to tip his head at his teacher. "Fish again? There's still that stream to our left, Sensei. We can use that." "Not all fish are good for us. We need to be careful with what we're eating." His nose twitches, and Izuku watches him taste the air. It's safer to go for something less complicated. "Like what?" Instead of answering, Aizawa just blinks and glances up into the trees. Izuku follows his gaze and at first doesn't see what he's looking at, but then another gasp leaves him when he spots the colorful birds hanging all about in the branches. They're pretty big, so Izuku knows they'll probably have more meat on them than the fish they caught yesterday did. It's a smarter choice, but how? How are they going to get them? Watch, Aizawa says lowly, right next to him now. He directs Izuku's line of sight back down to a line of trees in the distance. Some of them search for seeds on the ground. Easiest ones to go for are the ones near the bases of those trees. It's easier to corner them that way. He frowns. How is it cornering them if they can just go up? Aizawa's next words are slow. You can go up too. Wait, they're actually going to hunt them right now? Izuku is not ready for this. Wait, I don't think we should eat birds, he says, wincing even as the words come out of his mouth. Aizawa walks right past him. Would you rather starve? The answer is pretty clear, which is how Izuku finds himself listening carefully to his quiet instructions barely 5 minutes later, eyes now locked on a bird pecking at a spot in the ground a few yards away. Aizawa is apparently a little too big to try and be stealthy with birds, so it's up to Izuku to learn how to catch their breakfast and lunch. Keep your belly low but don't touch the ground. Pay attention to where and how you're stepping and don't stir up any leaves. You're downwind, so you should be fine if you're quick. Aizawa uses a paw to correct Izuku's form, pushing his haunches down and moving one of Izuku's paws. Go! It's not the encouragement Izuku needed, but he's come to expect that from Aizawa-sensei. This isn't new. If anything, this one-on-one training is the most normal thing to have happened since they landed here. Izuku, after a moment of hesitation to collect himself, creeps forward. He doesn't allow his vision to break away from the bird sitting inconspicuously on the ground, looking for something to eat. Izuku is doing the same thing, really. He just needs something. He's scared his stomach is going to growl and ruin everything. Only 8 feet away from it. Izuku is covered by the long grass and bracken surrounding the area, so he's not worried about being seen as much as Aizawa would be with his size. It's how much noise he's making is what he has to be careful with. He has to move incredibly slow, which is both frustrating and relieving. If Izuku had to go fast, he knows he'd have just screwed up even worse. He's so close. Aizawa said to wait until he's 5 feet away to pounce, and he is coming up on that. The red, gray, and black bird doesn't suspect a thing with how Izuku's stone-colored pelt is helping him blend in. At the last moment, however, Izuku's tail dips too low and swishes some of the dead leaves on the ground. He immediately freezes and places his paw on the floor to duck even lower, but this causes him to kick over a rock. Outwardly, the sound isn't that loud. But to a bird? It was probably like a gunshot. The animal squawks and takes flight half a second after, feathers fluffing up. It's gone in the blink of an eye, leaving Izuku to have to try again. Aizawa points to another bird with a claw from the sidelines, and Izuku swallows back his embarrassment and tries again. Except this time the wind changes direction and makes the bird downwind instead, allowing it to feel Izuku's presence before he can even get close. On his third try, he ends up going too slow in his caution and stumbles, stepping on a dry twig. The yellow bird is on the alert instantly and makes sure all the other animals know of his existence by shrieking out a warning call that echoes through the trees. Oh, come on! In his irritation, Izuku tries to chase after the bird when it takes flight, but he just can't keep up with how fast it's going up. Izuku can only climb a tree so quickly, and isn't that cool? Izuku wishes he could scale trees like this in his human form. He can jump up walls, but he's never tried trees. Izuku hears Aizawa call him back and begins to bound toward him, ears pricked, but then the branch he's on gives way beneath him and sends him falling into a large bush. A yelp tears out of his throat, but he cuts himself off immediately when a whole cluster of birds fly out around him and whap him in his face with their wings. And this is an opportunity that Izuku can't pass up. It happens instinctually. Izuku can't control the way his body flings itself up, muscles flexing in air as he reaches out with his claws to catch the closest one to him. His paws come together and grab a hold of a decent-sized bird with a glossy black head. He latches onto its neck and falls less than gracefully onto the ground, heart pounding in his ears. As he holds on, he sees Aizawa leap up high above and catch one of his own in his jaws, this one a little bigger than Izuku's. Aizawa lands lightly on the other side of the bushes, and Izuku drops his unmoving bird out of his sudden shock. Oh my god! Sensei, we caught them! We actually got them! I caught one! It was an accident really, but I did! And I'll do even better next time. The bigger cat pads over and drops his catch as well, resting his tail over Izuku's shoulder briefly. Good job, kid. That was good. He beckons Izuku along, leading him to a safer, warmer spot outside of the bustling woods. The stream they've come across doesn't look dangerous, not now at least. The water is low and slow, so they don't have to worry about accidentally slipping in and not being able to make it out. Large, towering rocks jut out from the middle of it and create a nice and smooth ledge at the very top. A perfect spot for sunbathing and eating. Aizawa makes Izuku go first across the 4 stepping stones leading from the bank to the rocks. It's difficult to jump and maintain his balance while crying a large bird in his mouth, but Izuku manages, and soon enough they're both at the very top of the sunning rocks. The stone is just warm enough to make Izuku almost cry when he lies down, the pressure on his paws now being relieved. It feels so nice up here. Izuku could nap here forever. Pluck the feathers first. You don't know where they've been, so don't eat them. Aizawa plops down with a huff, starting on his own bird. And mind all the bones. There will be a lot of small ones. Izuku doesn't tell him that he already knows this and instead follows his instructions. The action of cleaning and eating his food comes much more naturally now than it did with the fish last time. Something has obviously changed. He can feel it. Aizawa is right. While there are way too many bones than should be possible, at least in Izuku's opinion, the meat is filling. The moment he sinks his teeth into the flesh and tastes it, all of his misgivings fall away, if only for a little bit. It truly does taste good and they have plenty of it, so everything is okay. This feels more like a picnic. Izuku thinks back to how Aizawa was teaching him how to hunt in the first place. Demen him. Now Izuku is curious about where Aizawa learned how to do that. Sir, how do you know so much about all of this? Sensei quirks a brow, and it looks weirdly different than it does in his human form. Like it's just barely moving but still just as animated. Izuku focuses on it. I've watched a lot of cat videos, Aizawa says simply. That's kind of ominous. Izuku turns the bird around to get the meat from the other side, and when he's almost done he pauses for a bit, just watching the feathers he plucked fly off of the ledge and travel with the breeze. Some of them drop beautifully into the stream below. It's mesmerizing. The boy, cat actually, is upset he never gets to see or experience anything like this back at home or in the dorms. He was really missing out, wasn't he? But of course his elation has to be short-lived. Kid, don't tell Kuda about what we're doing. Izuku's head whips around at the half-amused words, jaw-dropping. Holy shit. I'm eating a whole bird. He leaps to his feet, first spiking up. No. I can't do this now. I can't eat a bird ever again. Look at it. You need to eat, Aizawa says with an eye roll, finishing up his food. But it's a bird. I just killed a bird, and people sometimes have birds as pets. I ate someone's pet. I doubt that was actually someone's. No, I can't eat anymore. I'd rather starve and become fish food. A moment of silence follows the dramatic declaration, and then Aizawa is getting up and stretching, seemingly unbothered. That can be arranged. Izuku doesn't have time to process the words before Sensei is sweeping his legs out from under him and sending him toppling over the edge of the rock. He screeches when he hits the cold water, but it's still not too deep, so Izuku isn't actually worried, just affronted. He shivers and glares up at the culprit. Sensei! Aizawa walks down the rocks gracefully, too gracefully for someone who just sacrificed his student, so Izuku, in a moment of massively poor judgment, uses a paw to splash some of the icy water on Aizawa when he gets closer to the bottom. It sprays him squarely in the face, drenching him. While Izuku cheers, Aizawa slowly wipes his face and zeroes in on him, his eyes glinting dangerously. Oh shit! Izuku flattens himself to the floor in hopes of blending in, the water soaking him all the way up to his chest. He chuckles nervously, as his sensei is looking a bit murderous at the moment. He wouldn't kill his tiny cat of a student, would he? Aizawa attacks with the same ferocity he had during their training days back at UA, and Izuku immediately falls into that familiar defensive position to fight back slightly unbalanced only because of his clumsy small body. And later on, when Izuku will look back on this moment, he'll realize that this is only the second water fight he's ever had. The one at the USJ technically counts, even if he'd have rather forgotten it altogether. Aizawa tries to pounce on him, but Izuku moves away just in time, getting splashed with water in the process. While he's smaller and ultimately has more opportunities in a water environment like this, Aizawa is bigger and a more powerful swimmer. So every swipe of water from him pretty much drowns Izuku every time. Meanwhile, Izuku's water swipes look sadder than the broken and leaky water fountains they had at his old school. Hell, even they had more power to them. When Izuku is more water than cat, he starts to run in the opposite direction while laughing, paws pitter-pattering on the shallow beds beneath him. While this could be considered some kind of training, Izuku thinks this is fun. He feels lively. More lively than he's been in a decent bit of time. Aizawa catches up rather quickly and bats him to the side with one paw, seeming to not be over his grudge yet. Izuku rights himself immediately, knowing from experience not to let himself be down for too long while fighting the underground hero, and they both rear up at the same time to meet each other's blows, balancing on their hind legs. This playful sparring is almost directly comparable to their hand-to-hand sessions as humans. Sometimes they would fight each other without quirks, sometimes with, just to see how good Izuku's skills were becoming. And on other occasions, Aizawa would start a little game to get them to really participate. Each student would start by the gates and have to make it past Aizawa and get to the very top of the UA building without getting immobilized in order to win. Now, Izuku spectacularly lost those fights, and so did everyone else, but still, those were strictly learning experiences. However, this is something else. He aims for the underbelly but underestimates just how much fur protects Aizawa's skin in that area. He hesitates, trying to think, and Aizawa takes advantage of this. He cuffs him hard in the ear, causing Izuku to tumble, but Izuku catches onto him with his claws and puts all of his weight into dragging him down with him. They both fall into the water, but Izuku recovers first and immediately makes for the rocks while Aizawa is shaking the water from his eyes. He jumps from one stone to the next, somehow managing to not slip, and puffs out his chest once he reaches the very top. "I won this time, Sensei. Look." He grins. "I'm king of the rocks." Aizawa peers up at him in silence, water still dripping down his face. Izuku preens at his victory, heart fluttering inside his chest now that is, until Aizawa bunches his muscles and leaps 6 feet into the air, landing cleanly right in front of Izuku and making him stumble back a little. He shakes out his fur and it fluffs up, suddenly making him look 3 times bigger than he already is. "You won," he says in amusement, eyes shining with mirth. Izuku takes another step back, but Aizawa's shadow still cascades over him. "Holy shit." The petulant side of Izuku asks how come Sensei got to be so large? Why is it Izuku that's always stuck being so small and being left behind? Izuku laughs nervously. I'm the winner of the water fights. You're the winner of the land fights." His hasty correction earns him a snort. "That's fair, kid, that's fair." After a few minutes of sunbathing, Aizawa starts to wash himself. He licks at his ruffled fur to smooth it all down and get out any leaves or small twigs from the stream, and Izuku mimics him. That's what cats do, right? Clean themselves? Izuku follows Aizawa's lead and licks at his paws to reach the spots his tongue can't reach. Except there's a certain spot at the back of his head that Izuku can't reach no matter what he tries. He must look pretty stupid trying to get it, as eventually Aizawa just leans over and smooths the fur down himself, not saying a word. Izuku can't help the purr that escapes him, and he can feel his body heat up out of embarrassment, but Aizawa doesn't say anything. He doesn't even acknowledge it. He just continues smoothing down the fur Izuku missed, causing him to shudder. How is he good at everything? He knows almost everything about how to be a cat. Izuku can't even be himself properly, so how is he supposed to be good at this? He can't be like his teacher. It's when they're walking again, though bellies pleasantly full and fur warmed up, that Izuku remembers something, cutting off those other thoughts. "Oh no." Aizawa glances at him. "What?" "Your essay is due tomorrow." Panic starts to set in his paws. "I haven't finished it yet." His teacher just snorts and shakes his head, whiskers twitching. "Really? That's what you're worried about?" He pauses after a second, a small smile forming on his face. Well, I suppose I can give you an extension given the circumstances. I bet most of the others haven't completed it either. Kaken turned in his essay already. Ida followed right after. Maybe I should have joined their study session instead of training with all might. Izuku laughs and prances alongside him, feeling much happier all of a sudden. Here, in the solitude of this forest, there isn't anything for Izuku to worry about. Well, besides the thing with their survival, but even still, he can trust that Aizawa knows how to get them out of here. He'll try to aid his teacher as best as he can to make that happen. It's just that here, there are no responsibilities or classes to attend. There aren't any villains to ruin their outings or bad news to dampen his mood. Here there's just Izuku, his sensei, and the chattering forest. Pushing aside those feelings of helplessness and dread at the idea of not being able to return to normal, he can say that this all feels almost exhilarating. Izuku hasn't been allowed to act or even feel like this in a long, long time. Izuku spots another small creature that he can't identify and widens his eyes, tail raising towards the sky. Sensei, come on. Look. He doesn't exactly wait for a reply before dashing off to get a closer look at the animal and the surrounding nature. It seems that the farther they travel, the more beautiful the woods are becoming. The trees get thicker and increase in frequency and height, allowing for there to be just enough sun to warm Izuku and Aizawa's backs. There's so much to see and so much to learn here, and if they can't leave immediately they should at least explore, right? And that's how Izuku cons his teacher into slowing down a little to observe the scenery more and catalog the little creatures and plants they find. If Aizawa has any particular feelings on this, Izuku can't tell. He's too busy trying to remember this all for when he next gets a chance to write in his notebook. Which may be never, but this time that thought isn't as scary, because here there's just nature and time and everything in between, and Izuku loves it. If they're going to be here for a while, they'll make the most of it. Sometimes, Toshinori doesn't know what to do. For all of his experience and time being a hero, there are still moments where he's lost and confused. There are still times where he needs guidance, even if he can't admit it. There are also times where, despite his need for something to change, he can't do anything. He can't help. He can't be of use. And this is one of those times. Toshinori doesn't like being helpless. He's a hero. Well, he was, technically, but it's hard to snap out of that mindset after nearly 3 decades. He's supposed to make people feel safe, even now. He's supposed to protect others and prevent bad situations from happening. That's who he is. That's who he's supposed to be. Which is why it's hard for him to just sit here and watch while others are out actively searching for his coworker and student. It's tearing him apart, both mentally and physically, because nothing could have prepared him for something like this to happen. He's always had worries. That's just a given. He's been having nightmares about something happening to one of his students, specifically Midoriya, for the past 6 months, so it's not that he's surprised. It's just that he didn't think something like this would happen so out of the blue. And on a movie night? Seriously? No one could have predicted it. Besides, it's not like Midoriya was alone, either. When Toshinori joined the students on the cushions, ready to start the movie, they told him that Aizawa went with him to the store to get the popcorn. So honestly, the probability of something bad happening had dropped to less than 3% in Toshinori's mind. He assumed that they'd be safe. He trusted they would be, considering the store is literally down the street to a hero school. The crime rate in this area is barely enough to be put on the board, making this all the more jarring. Toshinori is sure that there's something he could have done to make the situation better. He's sure there's still something he can do, but right now he's practically confined to the dorms. These past 2 days he's been told to just hope and pray for the best. He's not allowed to go searching or combing the streets, and he's not allowed to have contact with the villains the police captured at the store. He's not even allowed to question them. He's been stuck at UA comforting the rest of the students. And that's not a bad thing, really. Toshinori cares for his students and wants to make sure they're all right, but it's just difficult. Being the one left behind while the others work. He should be the one out there helping. What is he accomplishing in this weak form of his? Close to nothing. Toshinori hates having to wait. He's used to being able to get things done himself. Quickly. And maybe that's why he's so much more protective over Midoriya and the others now. It's not that he's paranoid or scared or whatnot, it's that he just wants to make sure they're alright. He needs to make sure they're alright. It's what helps him sleep at night. Ever since Kamino, he's feared that one of them would get hurt or taken by a villain and he wouldn't be able to stop. Obviously, those fears have come true in the worst way. Midoriya's mother left the school just a few hours ago to continue working with the search parties. Nizu invited her over to have a meeting and to present a formal apology, and if Toshinori is being honest, it was the most genuine apology he's ever heard from the principal. Nizu promised her that they'll be doing everything they can to find her son, reassuring her that chances are Aizawa is still with him and will undoubtedly protect him from any harm. Which, funnily enough, is exactly what Toshinori has been telling himself in order to calm down. When it was just Mrs. Midoriya and Toshinori, the air was awkward, at least on his end. The memory of their last meeting sat like a bitter pill under his tongue, making it hard to speak to her as he walked her to the parking lot. He promised to keep her son safe, to raise him just like a father would, and look where they're at now. Toshinori won't be surprised if the woman decides to pull Midoriya out of UA later on, when her kid is back in her arms. He would do the same in her position. Midoriya Inko is strong, and she appeared as such when she told Toshinori with just a little quake in her voice that it wasn't his fault. She doesn't blame him or any of the teachers for what happened, she said, as she understands it was truly just a bad situation that anyone could have found themselves in, but Toshinori could still hear the words she didn't say. There was a raw, aching kind of desperation hiding behind her red-rimmed eyes as she talked. It's almost like she had already started grieving, and judging by the look on her face and the dried tear stains on her shirt, Toshinori didn't doubt her. He comforted her the best he could before she got a message from the police and had to rush off. Toshinori offered to take her to meet some more of Midoriya's friends, but she admitted she wasn't in the right headspace for that. Not so soon at least. And not when they still have next to zero clues on where Midoriya and Aizawa could be. Despite her act, Toshinori knows she's cracking. He can see it. Her only son has been missing for 2 days alongside his teacher, with no kind of clue having been found, yet the only thing they have is the crappy security footage from the gas station. And the criminals they did catch reportedly won't say a word about what happened, so they've got nothing so far on that either. Nizu can only do so much. He's put all the resources he can into this, but it's still not enough. And it doesn't help that the media is loving this. The case of the missing UA student and teacher is all over the news. What makes it worse is that this is the second time a student has been taken. UA's reputation is going right back down the drain. News reporters have been hounding the staff over it. They've harassed some of the students too, which won't stand. Since Toshinori doesn't have a homeroom class, he's taken over Aizawa's duties. While classes have been pushed back for a week, Toshinori is still responsible for keeping 1A together. He has to supervise them. Honestly, he underestimated how stressful it would be. He already has a lot of respect for Aizawa, but now he holds even more. Toshinori sighs softly, putting his hands together in a prayer. Please come back to me, my boy. And you, Aizawa, please arrive home in one piece. We all need you. He looks up at the sky through the window in his room and only sighs when he receives no answer. He trusts that Aizawa will try his very hardest to keep Midoriya protected, but who will be the one to protect him? They need to work together in that regard if they're even together right now at all. Toshinori can only hope they are. Teamwork and trust are the key in situations like this. It can't be one-sided. That's how mistakes happen. He's pulled from his thoughts when his phone vibrates in his pocket. Sensei is texting him. No luck over here, the message reads, making Toshinori swipe his hand down his face in agitation. Seriously? Toshinori begged his old mentor to help him when it became clear that finding Aizawa and young Midoriya would be incredibly difficult. Gran Torino is now back out of retirement again. With his skills and speed, plus his contacts, Toshinori was sure they'd be able to get them back safely by now. It looks like he was too positive. He looks down at his desk, bony hands gripping a hot mug of tea. It's the kind of tea that Midoriya likes. It's his favorite. While he never used to enjoy lemon chamomile, he's learned to love it because of his ward. There's a knock at the door, and when Toshinori straightens up to look a little more presentable, he's surprised to see that it's Todoroki who's walking in. His face is blank, but his eyes are busy. It's obvious he's focused on something. He looks determined despite his hesitant steps. Young Todoroki, is there something wrong? Todoroki cuts right to the chase. I can ask my father. The room seems to drop a few thousand degrees just by those words, but not because of a quirk. Toshinori blinks at the boy, mouth hanging open for a few moments before he comes back to his senses and closes it. He didn't think Todoroki would ever propose something like that. He's aware that the relationship between the boy and his father has been somewhat improving, albeit slowly, but this? He thought Todoroki still disliked his father too much to ask him for a favor to this scale. Toshinori is about to respond when Todoroki continues intensely. I know he turned you down when you asked him because he said he didn't want to leave the city unprotected, but if I ask, I'm sure he'll do it. I know he will. He says it with such certainty and tenacity that Toshinori finds himself believing it immediately. Toshinori did ask Endeavor for his help in covering more ground in Mizudafu and beyond. How Todoroki found that out is a mystery though, but the number one hero had denied him immediately, scoffing. He said he wouldn't be sending his sidekicks somewhere off of their original routes just to save a low-life student and his teacher at any point in time. And especially not upon All Might's request. Toshinori could understand him somewhat, honestly. Endeavor is one of the biggest forces that deter criminals from attacking the area, so if he were to suddenly direct his efforts in another place, the city would be left a little more vulnerable than before. And now is not a time for weakness anywhere. Besides, a missing persons case is, as they say, a little below Endeavor's pay grade. Toshinori doesn't know what he expected when he managed to get in contact with his old rival to ask him for the favor. Even if Todoroki thinks he can change his father's mind, should he even do it? What will happen? Toshinori is sure there are going to be consequences later. If I'm to be honest, Toshinori begins, I don't think. If there's even a small chance my father can help, we need to make him try. Todoroki is relentless. The light from above shines on his face and casts a shadow over his eyes. As much as I despise his stupid face, he's experienced in this area. If nothing else, he'll be able to track down the BSTRD villain that did this, and then we can get more information. It sounds recited. Like Todoroki has said this to someone else before now. Maybe he's been talking with his friends, Toshinori thinks. Maybe they're in on this too. Which means it'll be hard to talk him out of doing it. Besides, what if this turns out to be another Kamino? Todoroki's words turn wobbly, but only near the end. Toshinori winces at the reminder but stays quiet, his mug now cold against his palms. He's strong. We need him. Really, how can Toshinori argue with that? He can't lie and say he hasn't thought of the possibility of this being more than just a group of ragtag villains accidentally managing to get the jump on Midoriya and Aizawa. Again, he's been fearing the worst. The remaining members of the League of Villains are still out there. While the criminals who were captured don't seem to be affiliated with them at all, you can never be too careful. And that scary thought hasn't left Toshinori's brain since he first got the news that the two were missing. This could have just been an accidental mishap, a slip-up, or it could be something much worse. Toshinori clears his throat, a warm, comforting smile tugging at his lips. You are very brave, young Todoroki, is what he settles on, too tired to think of anything else to say. He's still remembering what Kamino was like for him. The phantom pains on his bruised body will probably never go away. He's my friend, the boy responds. He says the last word like he's trying it out for the first time. I need him. Aizawa Sensei. We need them back. Need not want. Toshinori realizes then, with Todoroki standing right in front of him with fists at his side and a plan already made, that he was completely and utterly stupid beforehand. As long as Midoriya's classmates are alive, the boy will be found. And so will Aizawa. That's a promise. Class 1A is too stubborn to let one of their own get taken for good. And so, not even a few hours after Toshinori has finished his talk with Todoroki, it turns out the rest of the class was indeed in on it as well and was listening via Jiru's earplugs. It comes out that the number one hero is now extending a hand to help the search for Aizawa Shoyuda and Midoriya Izuku. Endeavor is taking the case seriously now, and it's obvious to Toshinori what sparked the sudden change. According to Todoroki, Endeavor has sent a good portion of his sidekicks to scour the city and neighboring towns in secret while he searches for the villain responsible for the teleportation. That news alone is enough to have Toshinori relaxing just a tad. It'll be fine, he assures himself. They have more of a chance now that they have so many professionals working with them. He leaves the dorms to go talk to Principal Nizu again and tell him the news, even though the mammal probably already knows, only to bump into Yamada while he's still outside. The voice hero looks like he got back from his own search party. He's moving a little more sluggish than usual, and his eyes have dark bags under them. Yamada must be tired. He's been searching and helping the police for 2 days straight without break. "You're back," Toshinori says, stopping beside his coworker. He doesn't want to talk too loud in case Yamada has a migraine or something. He knows he suffers from those when he's especially stressed. "Not by choice," Yamada replies with a sigh. He pulls a hair tie off his wrist and puts his hair up. "I was sent back here by the detective to get some rest and help with the listeners in Shuda's absence." Speaking of, how are they holding up? They must be terrified given what happened the last time something like this happened. Toshinori lets his gaze drift back over to the building he just left. He can see them through the windows right now. Everyone is still up even though it's getting late. Unsurprisingly, the whole class is distraught. Toshinori can see Ida and Uraraka sitting next to each other on the couches, with Shinso and a few others milling about around them. When Toshinori was checking up on everyone, the tone in the air was sad. There were no games being played or chatter happening incessantly like normal. No, everything was just silent. Most of the students were instead talking quietly and either reading or fiddling with their phones, pretending to be occupied. Toshinori knows they're all antsy. A few had even asked him if they could help in the search, a question which Toshinori had to shut down. Toshinori doesn't want to put them in danger. And besides, Aizawa would never let something like that happen if he were here, so Toshinori won't disrespect him by going against his wishes. He offered to set up a board game for them to pass the time, but they politely declined. Not that he actually expected them to accept, though. The hero can spot Bakugo making something in the kitchen with Kirishima and Satu, movements quick and precise. Toshinori makes a note to check up on him specifically. He's looking worse for wear. "They're managing about as well as they can be," Toshinori says grimly. "They're holding on. When they're all together, there's nothing they can't handle." Yamada nods in agreement. "They've always been very strong. But that's kinda what scares me, you know? They shouldn't have to be so desensitized to this crap so soon." Why does he sound almost wistful when he says that? Toshinori agrees with him. While he's always been an advocate for trying your hardest to get strong as quickly as possible, he can also recognize now that heroes need time to rest. The children need time to be themselves and to grow without the threat of death looming over them. Unfortunately, though, that's not the way the world operates. Stars start to blink to life in the sky, making Toshinori shiver. "It always gets colder at night. Did you find anything out while you were gone?" he asks, changing the topic. "Wish I could say I did. But criminals we managed to snag still won't talk for nothing. They won't even give us the name of the one who teleported Sho and the listener away. We've been looking for her all over, but it's like she's a ghost. She's just nowhere to be found." Yamada's eyes narrow, glasses dipping further down his nose. "If I had to guess, I'd say she's using that quirk of hers to keep herself on the move. Which means she'll tire herself out eventually. We just have to wait for a misstep. Has anyone come forward about knowing her?" "Nope. Everyone's lips are sealed." The blonde puts his hands behind him and pops his back. "We've looked in every nook and cranny possible and asked everyone we can think of. Now we've got heroes helping in neighboring districts, too. This is all the news is talking about in the heart of Japan, which means regular citizens are looking out for them as well. That's a plus, I guess. But that means bad people are looking too," Toshinori points out, brows furrowed. "Yeah, but if Shuda's with him, I know they'll both be okay." His voice is steely now, but Toshinori can still detect the slight break. "That's what I have to believe." That's what Toshinori has to believe too. He meets Yamada's intelligent, knowing gaze once more before he speaks. I just wish we could do more. This feels more like a waiting game. Yamada lifts a shoulder in a shrug. Yeah, well, I think the hardest part of a hero's job is when there's no job to be done. Toshinori just stares at him, and after a few moments the voice hero shakes himself. Enough of that though. How's the listener's mother? I meant to arrive back in time to talk to her, but it slipped my mind. She's not taking it too well, of course, but I say she'll be okay. He grimaces. This isn't the first time she's had to deal with something like this involving young Midoriya. He's been in danger quite a lot. I will devote the rest of my life to raising him. The old promise leaves a bitter taste on Toshinori's tongue. He continues with his gaze on the dark forest in the distance. He can hear the chirping of birds and the quiet rustling of leaves. Nizu said UA will pay for all of her bills since she's taking time off work to help search. It's the least we can do for her. The least we can do for her is find him and bring him back safe. Toshinori rubs his eyes. Yeah, that is the very least. Yamada puts his hands in his pockets and starts to sway, breathing out a cloud of white. It's getting cold and dark out fast. But anyway, I'll stay for a few hours and then head back out. See ya. He speed walks away, as he always does, after saying goodbye, and Toshinori watches him go. Yamada was worrying his bottom lip, which is something he only ever does when he's particularly nervous. It's something Toshinori has seen Aizawa do at times in the teacher's lounge. Toshinori sighs to himself and listens to the cars honking in the distance and the people yelling. Japan is large, with the world being even bigger. Young Midoriya and Aizawa could be anywhere by now. They've been missing for 2 days with no sign or hint as to where they could have gone. In a case like this one, that's never a good sign. In fact, in most missing persons cases, that usually means they're already gone. With his throat tightening up, Toshinori continues on his way to Nizu's office and prays luck will find them soon. Master, please guide them home. Sensei, how do you know we're going the right way? I can feel it, Aizawa deadpants. Izuku wrinkles his nose, not able to tell if he's joking or not. Aizawa has been acting strange recently. That's not very logical. It's the stream, Sensei answers, brushing past Izuku to make a path for him through the upcoming brambles. Rain drips off his face and whiskers, and Izuku counts how many there are as they hit the ground. In most cases, water leads to civilization. But we're following it downstream. Why not upstream? Wouldn't there be civilization upstream too? Aizawa spares him a glance. There could be. That's why you could say we're taking a gamble right now. He sniffs the air quickly before continuing. But generally, kid, downstream is the smartest way to go. Chances are if you follow the water upstream for too long you might start trekking up mountains. And there are less people in the mountains, Izuku finishes, shaking himself to get rid of some of the rainwater on his fur. Yes. So unless you have reason to believe there's life closer to you up the stream, always follow it down. Cool. Izuku bounces up ahead of him. I'll make sure to remember that the next time I get kidnapped or teleported. He doesn't realize he's said anything wrong until he looks back at Aizawa after 10 seconds of silence. His teacher looks 4 times as tired as before, which should be a new record. You shouldn't say that as if you're expecting it to happen, Aizawa warns. Izuku shrugs. Well, as a hero you're supposed to prepare for anything, right? I'm sure it happens all the time. It comes with the job. His head tips to one side. I mean, how many times have you been kidnapped, sir? A quirk of the brow is the only reply Izuku receives. Aizawa just walks right past him once more and picks up the pace, forcing Izuku to run to catch up. And okay, in hindsight that's probably not a good thing to ask someone. What was it that All Might said to him that one time? To at least try and be more aware of how his word choice affects others? Izuku may need to work on that. The trees have recently been thinning. There's still as many as before, but they're not as thick. The trunk of each tree is barely more than half a foot in diameter, and it only gets smaller as the tree goes up. It doesn't help that it's been raining heavily ever since they woke up. This is their 3rd day out here in this unknown forest, which is crazy to think about. They've been making progress, but it's still not enough. Izuku can sense Aizawa's growing frustration and slight panic. especially as the storm becomes stronger. But they press on like this for another day, falling into a sort of rhythm. They wake up, find something to eat and get some water, and keep trotting alongside the stream, straying no more than 150 feet away from it. Sometimes they can stop and search for berries that Izuku is sure are safe for a makeshift snack or lunch, but other times they can't. Which means their food intake is at an all-time low. Breakfast and dinner is all they can afford as constants. This has got to be the biggest diamond forest in all of Japan, Aizawa mutters under his breath on the fourth day. Izuku, who is busy studying a weird-looking rock, nods his head in agreement. After doing the math, Izuku can estimate that they've walked about 50 miles so far. Maybe even more. It's hard to tell if they're going slower than the average human as cats, or if they're able to go faster. He wagers it's the latter but won't get his hopes up. When the sun starts to go down, little green specks of light flit about in the forest and dance around them, making Izuku gasp. Lightning bugs. Wow. I've never seen this many before. Izuku twirls around in his spot, trying to track how many there are. They only light up for a moment before going dark for a few seconds again, so guessing where they'll pop up next is a fun game. Tracking them is all-consuming. Aizawa doesn't pay much attention to the bugs. He merely inspects the thickets and bushes near them, tail held high in concentration. We can rest here for the night. Stay put while I find something for us to eat. Just like that, Izuku is left alone for a while. Not that he minds, of course. He can still hear Aizawa a little ways into the distance, so it's not like he's actually alone, but it's just enough so Izuku can have a bit of time to himself. Izuku has always had a pretty good social battery. He's energetic and determined and always willing to chat with someone, but this? Spending 4 straight days with Sensei? It's a little tiring. Hell, he wouldn't even be able to spend 100 hours straight with his own mother, and he loves her more than anything. Like just about anyone, Izuku needs some time to recharge and reevaluate. And what perfect way to do that than to chase these lightning bugs? There are rarely any bugs like this in the city. It's nearly unheard of. So seeing them here is doing wonders at cheering Izuku up. He prances around and watches as more lightning bugs appear from the protection of the tall grass. Mouth opening in all once he spots colorful butterflies flying with them. In this forest, far from the noisy city Izuku is accustomed to, there's a whole other world hiding away. Izuku nearly hacks up a lung when one of the fireflies shoots into his mouth. He spits it out and watches it flit away, eyes wide. But that's when he gets an idea. How many bugs can he capture in a short amount of time? If he's accurately guessing where the lightning bugs are going, he should be able to get a lot. He won't hurt them if he carefully catches them in his paws, right? The first one is proof of that. It flew away just fine when Izuku spit it out of his mouth, so his paws shouldn't be that much worse. It should still be safe. And so, having convinced himself that he won't accidentally hurt the bugs by having a little fun, Izuku spends the rest of his free time catching and releasing the fireflies. He needs extra practice in hunting and stealth anyway, so this could be considered training too. A few minutes later, Izuku manages to catch 4 fireflies in just one swipe. He makes sure to clasp his paws together tightly so they won't escape, leaving them a small sphere in the middle for them to fly around. Izuku tips his head in wonder, shivering at the sensation of the bugs tickling his paw pads every other second. He sits back on his haunches, and neon stars swim in the reflection of his eyes in time with the bugs' movements. The brambles beside Izuku shake, and he spares a glance over as Aizawa walks through with dinner held in his jaws. The cat only looks upon the scene before him, not daring to comment. Izuku grins widely and releases the fireflies. They zip around Aizawa, illuminating his face in flashes of green and yellow, and then disappear into the throng. It's exhilarating but also bittersweet when Izuku realizes that this is perhaps the last time he'll get to experience something like this. When the grass gets taller and thicker as they move along on the 5th day, with the trees only getting thinner, Izuku has to resort to jumping high as he walks just to see the path before him. It's like he's stuck in a corn maze trying to find his way out, except there's no corn. For the first hour of this, Izuku thinks he can deal. He thinks he can hold out and keep doing this until the grass thins out again, but he's quickly proven wrong once it's obvious that the grass will probably go on like this forever. Once his legs feel like they're about to drop off with just one more hop, Izuku decides to just follow behind Aizawa and let him do the looking. Izuku will have to sacrifice his sightseeing for his comfort and health, as much as he hates it. The advantage of this, however, is that now Izuku can see a lot more animals. More specifically the little insects. He tries his best to not step on them, which only makes him go even slower. "Hey," Aizawa calls, tail flicking. "Keep up." "Sensei, did you see this lizard? It's huge. We have lizards in Mizurufu. Come on." Izuku swallows down his indignation and instead bounds toward him, trying to keep him in eyesight. It won't do well to get lost here. Izuku may end up somewhere he really doesn't want to be. It won't be until 30 minutes later that he realizes he's jinxed himself. They come upon a large, black boulder that juts out from the ground. It looks like it's partially buried, so it's not like they could move it even if they wanted to try. Aizawa easily jumps on top of it to get a vantage point of where they're going, and after a second he hops off on the other side and continues on his way, making Izuku jolt forward. "Okay, I got this. Just jump right over. It'll be easy." He needs to get as strong as his teacher, and to do that he needs to be able to do the same things as he can, and that includes jumping over this stupid rock. Izuku crouches down low, tail swishing back and forth. His claws sheath and unsheath, digging into the earth beneath him. One for all would be so helpful right now. He needs to make sure he puts enough force into the jump so that he'll make it over the rock, but not too much or else he'll hurt himself. He can't just claw his way up. Not only are there no footholds for him to use, but the rock is quite smooth, meaning his claws would have nothing to grab onto. He'd skid right off. Izuku steadies his breathing and does a rough calculation of how much strength he has to apply in order to achieve the velocity he needs to reach the top in one leap. The world seems to stop for one moment, just for him, to watch as he prepares. You've seen how Sensei jumps. Just do that. With one final breath. Izuku launches himself up. He lands squarely on the flat surface of the boulder, surprisingly enough, but his victory is short-lived once he slips down the side of it a split second after landing. One oomph and a few curses later, Izuku is springing back to his paws. He shakes himself and trots forward to tell Aizawa about how he finally managed to jump such a large object, but Aizawa isn't there. Izuku can't see him anywhere ahead of him or around him. He's just disappeared. 5 seconds. 5 seconds is all it took. The fear sets in quickly. Izuku looks around, eyes wide and frantic. He must have gone straight, right? That's where they were headed to begin with. What are the chances that Aizawa decided to take a sharp turn in this maze? He calls out for his teacher, but his voice only stretches so far in the tall grass. He receives no reply back, making Izuku start to run forward. When he doesn't come upon Sensei in 15 seconds of walking, Izuku has lost all sense of rationality. It's like when you're at a new store and have lost sight of your parents. He feels like a small child. He doesn't think he's been this scared since. Izuku jumps out of the grass and spots black fur. He doesn't have enough time to stop before he crashes into Aizawa's side. The hero, to his credit, barely moves at the impact, but Izuku stumbles back with stars dancing in his vision, landing with an oof onto the pile of dirt beneath him. Aizawa gives him a weird look, and Izuku isn't even able to tell if he's being judgmental or not this time. "Sorry," Izuku says with a nervous laugh. The grass was tall. I couldn't see you. You got lost." It isn't a question, but Izuku scrambles to reply anyway, liking his chest fur out of embarrassment. Well, not really lost. He withers at Aizawa's disbelieving stare. "Okay, yeah, maybe just a little. But I'm fine now." Izuku jumps to his feet after another few moments of liking and trots past Aizawa, trying to shake the previous panic off. "You're easy to spot, Sensei. I wouldn't be lost for long." He's most assuredly lying, but Aizawa doesn't seem to want to call him out on it this time. Because of this little scare, Izuku learns to not stray. He keeps Aizawa in sight at all times and even makes it a game to stare at the tip of his tail so as not to get distracted. As a result, that endeavor becomes the first and last time that Izuku gets lost. But the downside? Izuku hasn't burnt off any of his energy by the time the evening rolls around. When the moon is high up in the sky with the stars coming out to greet them, Izuku is still wide awake. Most of the other nights, he fell asleep nearly immediately because of their strenuous activity of walking for 12 hours straight. But because he didn't allow himself to look at more creatures or explore a little more like he would have wanted to today, he isn't feeling very tired at all. Overall, it's been a boring day, and Izuku was quiet for most of it. Which means that now he's going to become Aizawa's problem. Izuku barely even breathes as he stalks the poor, unsuspecting butterfly that's resting with them in their newest makeshift sleeping spot. He's crouched down low, eyes wide as he locks onto his target. He needs to work on his jumps. He's been able to jump pretty high and far, but half the time he never lands where he thinks he should land. That's something he needs to fix. And so Izuku waits, tail held still over the floor, until he determines that he's close enough. If he puts just enough power into his hind legs, he shouldn't overshoot it. With a swish of air, Izuku leaps with his paws outstretched and perfectly captures the butterfly a couple meters away, careful not to squash it. Preening, Izuku looks back at Aizawa, who's attempting to sleep. "I got it. And that was my third try." "That's great," Aizawa rumbles, turning over so he's not facing Izuku. Not that it matters much since his eyes are closed anyway. "Now if only it were that easy with your quirk." "I mean, I could try it out right now," Izuku offers, trying to hide his sudden excitement. "Maybe it would be easier to control one for all in this form." "You're funny. Now go to sleep." "But I'm not tired." Izuku accidentally shifts and loses his balance, releasing the butterfly. He rushes to catch it again and ends up scrambling over Aizawa's body, eliciting a pained grunt from the cat below him. "Hey, watch it." Izuku jumps off Aizawa and decides to just give up. He watches the butterfly flit away, thinking that maybe he'll get another chance to practice his skills later. There's no telling how much longer they'll have to be in this forest before they can find a way out. "Geez, kid," his teacher says, "remind me not to ever let you eat sweet berries before bed again." Izuku laughs and prances back over to him, already beginning to talk his ear off. Aizawa doesn't respond much to his rambling, save for a few hums here or there, but that's okay. Izuku likes it better that way. It's not until another hour later, when Aizawa has been asleep for quite a bit of time, that Izuku ends up passing out right next to him. The warmth and safety of the den tugs him to sleep and doesn't let him go for a good few hours. Soon, Izuku will find himself wishing that he could have stayed asleep for just a bit longer, that he could have just closed his eyes and lived in another world until all of this magically went back to normal, but things don't always go his way. Besides, there's nothing he'll be able to do about the upcoming events, so what's the use in dwelling over it? For now, though, Izuku dreams of fireflies and clouds and stories not yet told, unaware of what's to come. They've been walking along for 6 days now, and Izuku can't even remember what it was like to stand tall anymore. He's been getting even more used to this body, which is a good but also scary thing. They shouldn't have even been given enough time to get used to this. They've been cats for too long. Hell, they've been out here for too long. None of this is fun anymore. The trees have only been thinning as they've moved along. It's gotten so bad that they can't even climb on them anymore without the trees snapping or bending. This means they can't use them anymore as a vantage point or watchtower. They now also have less coverage and protection from predators, as Aizawa pointed out. Izuku himself finds this out near the end of that day in the worst way possible. They're searching for yet another place to rest, having to cut their day a little short since a storm is about to start. It's already sprinkling, making the cold settle deeper into Izuku's bones. Hopefully they'll have more luck tomorrow. Izuku can only pray. Izuku paws at a fairly large bush, trying to force himself inside. Sometimes these kinds of bushes have less branches and leaves in the middle, so they'll have some room to move around in there. But after realizing that there won't be enough space for them, much less some protection against the worsening rain, Izuku moves on. He comes across a small ravine at the bottom of a grassy ledge, and Izuku calls out to tell Aizawa he's going to check it out before carefully making his way down. This is the steep side, he guesses, but as he makes his way down he can see a tunnel leading from the ground floor up to the top, which will make it easier when Izuku needs to climb back up. Much safer. Izuku inspects the stony clearing, making his way to where there's grass and vines growing near an entrance to a small cove. Perfect. Izuku bounds up to it and pushes his way inside. It's cozy and warm in here, and there's little leakage. This should do well for them tonight. In fact, this is probably the best area they've come across so far. The only problem is that it smells? His nose wrinkles, and he finds himself screwing up his face at the scent that hits his nostrils when he draws in more air. It's a pungent, earthy kind of odor. Almost dirty. The smell is strong, and Izuku nearly drowns in it. It doesn't seem like anything has occupied this area in a while, so why? Aizawa calls his name from above the ravine, telling him to come back up to him, which makes Izuku frown. Sir, I think I found the perfect spot. He starts to walk out of the little hole he's in. We might be able to rest here. Aizawa shakes his head. No. It's not safe. We should get a move on. He adds in a sterner tone when Izuku hesitates, now. There are other places we can find. Izuku follows the orders, brows furrowed. He wants to ask what's wrong, and why Aizawa is suddenly against staying in this area, but then his mind is screaming danger, danger. And the temperature is dropping a few thousand degrees in just a few seconds around him. He doesn't have any time to move before there's a rush of air, followed by a sharp, blinding pain in his left side. The small cat goes skidding across the wet, stony floor, his breath knocked out of him. His head snaps up, and his heart drops to his toes once he sees the thing that just hit him. And there, just a few yards away with its paw still held in the air, is a black-furred creature with thick and powerful legs. Its head is angular and framed by white lines, and its beady eyes stare straight at him, hungry. A badger. And a DMN big one at that. It's larger than even Aizawa, almost thrice as big. Midoriya. Run. Izuku scrambles to his paws, horror settling like a cold stone in his stomach, and sprints in the opposite direction. He's not going to wait around to see if this is an enemy or not. That first hit clued him in pretty quickly. He darts toward the tunnel that'll take him out of the ravine, and he sees Aizawa running there as well to meet him at the exit. He doesn't have to look behind him to know the badger is following the growling, and the pounding of large paw steps is a good enough indicator. You idiot! He screams at himself. You were smelling that badger. You were practically already warned. Luck is never on Izuku's side, it seems, because he soon realizes that this tunnel is actually steeper than the side of the ravine he climbed down. This tunnel also hasn't been used in years, as thick vines, plants, and large rocks litter the area and create more obstacles for him to come across. Heart-pounding, Izuku just bulldozes through it all. Thorns catch and tear at his fur, slicing his skin, but he doesn't stop. He can't stop. Hot breath tickles the back of his legs. Jaws snap at his tail from behind, and Izuku wills himself to move faster. He can see Aizawa waiting for him with his muscles bunched, prepared to start sprinting alongside him once he's certain he's made it through the tunnel. Rainwater spills down and makes the rocks slippery, and Izuku feels like crying. Come on, don't fall. The badger lets out an unearthly scream when Izuku leaps the rest of the distance out of the tunnel and into open air. It lunges forward, jagged teeth about to close on one of Izuku's outstretched legs, but Aizawa darts forward with a hiss, sharp claws leaving 3 bloody lines across the badger's cheek. Izuku can't even take the time to marvel over that either, as Aizawa is already rushing toward him and shoving him along. Go! Keep going! Aizawa uses his snout to boost him. It'll keep following us. Just go! Swallowing back his panic, Izuku keeps pace as best as he can. He pumps his legs to go faster than he's ever attempted in this body, the wind whipping at his face and fur. The badger is falling behind, but not by that much. It's not going to give up, is it? It's willing to stray this far from home just to kill them? Izuku chances a glance behind him, faltering slightly when he notices that the badger is out of sight. He can still hear and sense it coming, but where is it? He needs to see that in order to determine how bad the situation is. Don't look back. Just keep moving forward. Aizawa moves in front of him to clear the path, as the brambles are getting thick once more. We can't risk fighting it, so running is our only option. Izuku nods shakily, trying to gather the remaining bit of his energy and force it all into his legs. They can't climb up a tree because they're all still too thin to withstand their weight for long, which means they're f'd. Outrun it. It's gotta get tired soon. Lightning strikes overhead, and the bright flash of light momentarily blinds Izuku, making him stumble. He goes sliding into mud, and it's not until he attempts to get out that he registers the new pain on his body. He yanks himself up, only to cry out in pain. His paw, it's stuck. It's stuck under something in the mud. It feels like a root, or maybe it's a weird crevice. Izuku stifles another yelp and curses himself for being so clumsy. He keeps pulling, movements jerky and frantic. It's still chasing them. He can feel it in the vibrations in the mud. No matter what he tries, Izuku only succeeds in getting himself further stuck in the thick mud. With his paw now throbbing and on the way to going numb, Izuku is stuck on what to do. No. There's a gut-wrenching roar, and when he looks up, eyes wide in terror, sees the badger racing right for him, teeth glinting in the light. Badgers aren't supposed to roar, his brain helpfully inputs. Those jaws are big enough to probably swallow Izuku whole. With this knowledge in mind, Izuku pulls harder, but it's no use. This stupid root or whatever is thick, and he's just so small. He can't do anything. He's going to die, right here, right now. He knows it's only been a few seconds since he slipped, but to Izuku it feels like hours. He can't help the desperate yowl that escapes him. It hurts and scratches at his throat, making him bleed on the way down, but damn it, Izuku is helpless here and just doesn't want to die. He can't. Not like this. He screeches Sensei's name in agony, cowering down and flattening himself against the fallen log closest to him as the badger descends upon him, claws outstretched. But then there's the thrum of paw steps, and Izuku has a major sense of déjà vu as Aizawa arrives just in time to save him. It's just like the crab scenario, except this time the threat is much bigger than some lucky crab. And here, Aizawa doesn't stop when he reaches Izuku. He clears the entire log and soars over Izuku's head, even going right over the badger. He lands on the other side of the creature, fluffing up his fur and screeching loudly in order to gain its attention. Aizawa continues to hiss at it, drawing it away from Izuku. He throws him a hard, quick glare. Go! Run it! Get out of here now! The order gives Izuku something to focus on, something to strive for. Sensei said to get free, so he has to get free. Izuku doesn't care about the pain anymore. He scrabbles at the mud beneath him with his free paw, trying to at least see what he's working with. When the thick root that's preventing him from leaving makes itself known, Izuku wastes no time. He uses his other 3 paws to help in pulling himself free. His muscles flex, and he grits his teeth hard to quiet his cries as he yanks. There's no way to break the root with the strength he's at now, so he only has 2 options. He could keep attempting to yank his paw out and dislocate it while doing so, or he could. It's hard not to pay attention to the battle happening right behind him. Hearing Aizawa snarl and yowl, fighting to keep the badger's attention on him while Izuku tries to get free, is doing nothing but making him shake worse, turning his movements sluggish. You're better than this. What's with this hesitating? You're the one who provoked the badger. Fix this. Stealing his resolve, Izuku places all 3 of his other paws on the root and takes a quick breath in through his nose before springing up. His paw bends the wrong way, making a sickening snap sound throughout the air. He's lucky the noise is mostly covered up by the rain, or else the badger probably would have targeted him anyway. Izuku stumbles away and wills himself to ignore the pain, forcing his body into a trot in the opposite direction. With one of his paws now dislocated, it's even harder to manage a quick pace. He only gets a few yards before the sound of a blow hitting its mark makes him turn to see what's happening. Aizawa is trying to lure the badger away slowly, and it seems to be working. The creature swipes at him again, but Aizawa dodges it this time only barely. I said go. Aizawa snaps at him, jumping away when the badger lunges for his throat. I'll catch up when you've made some distance. The teacher uses the opportunity to bite into the badger's arm and rip a patch full of fur off it, revealing pale skin. This only makes the creature angrier, solidifying Aizawa as the main target. Izuku understands what he's doing. Aizawa can't just take off running in the other direction in hopes that the badger will follow, because chances are the creature will just turn and go after Izuku, the smaller, slower one. The weaker of the two. It wouldn't bother giving chase to something like Aizawa. The hero has to keep its attention and keep it occupied in combat long enough for Izuku to get away, or at least to wait for Izuku to get far enough ahead before Aizawa can come after him. His words light a fire under his paws. Izuku takes off, ignoring the sharp pains running through him thanks to his new injury. Black spots dance in his vision, but he blinks them away. He only has just enough focus to not run into bushes or trees, but he does stumble a few times when he falls into little holes in the ground. Don't stop, not until you can't hear them anymore. Don't even think about. A screech splits through the forest air, louder than the thunderclouds rolling overhead. Izuku skids to a halt, blood turning cold. He barely registers the warning calls of the birds all around him. He can't even breathe correctly, much less pay attention to his surroundings like that. Another pained yowl, and it's like a shock being administered to his chest. His head slowly turns back in the direction where he knows Aizawa is, and all of his thoughts start to merge together with panic being the driving tool. I'll catch up. That's not right. Aizawa wouldn't risk it. He won't be able to do it. There won't be an opening. Oh God, since it was an order, he knows. That's how it always is with his teachers. In life or death situations, their word is practically law. You listen to them and you don't disobey. Disobeying would put the mission in danger. It'll put everyone in danger. Students have to listen. They don't get to make any decisions to do anything otherwise. Not usually. But here, Izuku needs to do this. He can't leave his sensei to die, especially not because of this. This is his own fault, but Aizawa is the one paying for it. More than anything though, Izuku just doesn't want his teacher to be alone. That second option is still there. It always has been. He runs with one for all humming in his veins. The green lightning runs across his fur and limbs like a live current, modeling that of the storm happening right now, and it's so familiar that Izuku nearly sighs in relief. He's missed this. The warning bells ring in his ears again, and it sounds like a train whistle. That's all he can hear now. He knows, logically, that this is dangerous, but goddammit Izuku needs to try and help, consequences be damned. He doesn't care what this will do to his body. Aizawa-sensei comes first. One for all numbs the pain in his paw and allows him to shoot forward faster, a blur of green in the dark forest. He's still a little ways away, but he can now see them. Aizawa has done good with bringing it back further into the depths of the forest. The hero was trying to put as much distance between them too. As he approaches, Izuku sees Aizawa get caught by a back paw and get slammed into a nearby boulder. The cat slides down it, now limp, and the badger immediately advances. A pool of blood forms beneath him, turning the ground black, and the creature just lifts another paw, long claws glinting in the faint light. Izuku sees red. One for all. He shouts, leaping off a ledge and flying toward the creature like a stray shooting star. 20%. Izuku, only because of the practice he did before, manages to land perfectly on the back of the badger. He digs his own claws in, sinking his teeth into the back of its neck in a more instinctual move. Izuku is thrown off, but he lands unsteadily on his paws and rushes him again, teeth bared. Aizawa is coughing and still recovering from the heavy blows he took, so Izuku has to keep going. He has to wait for his teacher to move first this time. He searches for any kind of weakness. He thought the nape of the neck would be a good place, but the skin there is just too thick for Izuku's small jaw to do any real damage. Legs. Go for the legs. Izuku ducks under a stray black paw and bites at the skin between the badger's flank and hind leg. He's rewarded with a pained yowl as it tries to kick him off again. Izuku holds on with determination, only letting go to dodge another hit and aim for the other side to do the same thing. Except this time, the badger is quicker. He's kicked in the throat, and the force itself is enough to have Izuku coughing up blood like Aizawa was just a second ago. He blinks back tears, shaking his head to right himself. Midoriya, Aizawa hisses, struggling to his feet. I told you to go. Now. Izuku pushes back his slight guilt. No. Not until you're safe too. He circles around the badger, ignoring Aizawa's yells, and focuses on dodging the attacks thrown his way. He redirects most of the blows and relies on one for all to do most of the heavy hitting. Izuku sees his chance between one swipe and the next and darts under its belly to slice it right down the middle, hoping to inflict just enough damage to get it to retreat, but the badger just grabs Izuku's tail with its teeth and flings him away. He lands with an oomph on the ground and doesn't have enough time to get up before the creature is upon him again. Before it can reach him, though, Aizawa is attacking it from the back and digging his claws into it to drag it away from Izuku, yowling all the while. It quickly turns on the hero, and when it does, Aizawa is backed up against that same large boulder he was thrown at before. He's panting, blood dripping like a steady faucet from his ear and shoulder, and Izuku knows he won't be able to parry this next attack. The badger is bigger than the both of them. It has much more stamina and probably much more battle experience in an animal's body, so things aren't looking good for Izuku and Aizawa. No matter what they do, they're both just going to end up out of breath exactly like this, leaving an opening for the badger to so gladly take. Not unless Izuku gives it his all, however. He can't help the way it happens. In his defense, it's like he doesn't even have control in what he's about to do next. He doesn't even think about it, it just happens. All he sees is blood and beady eyes and a scarred face, and that's when the decision is made. He powers up one for all with everything he has and darts in from the side, breath suspended. He hangs in the air for a moment, lips pulled back in a snarl, and watches the badger's head turn towards him in slow motion. Izuku, for once, is quicker. He screams out the name of his move right before it happens, his voice raw and scratchy. He plants all four paws on the badger's flank, green lightning dancing all across his body and burning some of the fur on the opposing creature, before sending it flying away. The shockwave is immediate. The badger bellows as it's sent all the way into a small pond some 100 feet away, out of sight. Izuku falls to the ground, rolling a few yards because of the winds. His paws. He can't feel them. It's like they're not even there. He has to check quickly, heart in his throat, if they even are there anymore after that stunt, and laughs when he sees that they are. They don't look broken, which is weird, but Izuku isn't about to start complaining. He can worry about the logic of that later, when they're not currently in this position. Izuku tries to get up, preparing for more, only to fall over again with a grunt. Yeah, it's probably best if he doesn't move for a bit. He cranes his neck to check on Aizawa, relieved once he sees that his teacher is still alive. He's just staring in surprise at where the badger disappeared, as if he didn't expect that to work at all. Not that Izuku blames him. Hell, not even he thought it would work. Izuku is about to say something to Aizawa when a line of bushes close to them start to rustle dangerously, sending another spike of fear through Izuku's heart. Is there going to be another round so soon? Izuku can't even move. How is he supposed to help? In 2 seconds flat, Aizawa crosses the distance between them and picks him up from the middle, his large jaws going all the way around his body. He takes off running, not bothering to look behind or check if the rustling was even real danger or not. He's carrying him by the middle, not the scruff, which means that while Aizawa is able to run faster this way, Izuku is hurting. His teacher's sharp teeth dig into his skin, not hard enough to draw blood, but enough to be uncomfortable. Izuku can't stop the whine from escaping him at this, but Aizawa doesn't stop or readjust him. He can't stop. Not unless they want to become somebody's nice dinner. Aizawa runs and runs and runs until Izuku is sure the cat is about to just pass out. Izuku had his eyes squeezed tight for the majority of the time, not wanting to throw up at all the motion swimming around him. Aizawa finally starts to slow down and breathe a little more evenly when the rain gets even harder and helps to hide their scents. They find a small, rocky overhang just big enough to shelter the both of them from the storm and keep them dry. Aizawa carefully sets Izuku down on his side, heaving even worse now. He steps away and shakes the water off his fur, beginning to clean his paws and face. While Aizawa does that, Izuku checks his own paws. They're not numb anymore, much to his disappointment. They're sore and every time he tries to put weight on them it feels like he's stepping on hot knives. He's gonna be even slower than before. Who knows how long it'll take to heal up. And especially without Recovery Girl. Another, childish part of Izuku says that it worked. One for all worked. He didn't lose any limbs like Aizawa was convinced. Izuku was right. More importantly, that decision led to Aizawa being safe. As if sensing his thoughts, Aizawa pads over to check over Izuku briefly, his cold nose moving around his student's fur to check for injuries. After not finding anything too bad, he breaks the silence by sighing in relief. He turns away quickly and begins to finish cleaning himself. Aizawa periodically places his paws under the rain to help rinse off as well. Izuku can see him shaking all the while, and he has to swallow the lump in his throat once he sees the blood still leaking on his sensei's shoulder. He can smell the blood that's now caked on his chest and crusting up near his ear. Just because Aizawa is safe now doesn't mean he isn't injured. "Aizawa, you're bleeding." It's the voice that triggers it, he finds out. Aizawa turns on him, golden eyes flashing in the dark. Izuku feels one for all's control slip from him like molten wax burning at his fingertips. "What the hell were you thinking?" For a moment, Izuku is stunned into silence. He wasn't expecting his teacher to sound so angry. "Sir? I told you to run. That was an order." Aizawa's tail lashes in time with the last word. "You directly disobeyed me, kid." Izuku swallows, eyes blowing wide. You were gonna die. I couldn't leave you to. I am a seasoned pro hero, and you are a child. I knew what I was doing. It is not your job to take care of me. It's your job to live. But we're both cats now." Izuku's fur puffs up defensively, as if to subconsciously make up for the difference in their sizes. Seasoned pro hero means nothing when we aren't even going up against regular villains or... "Do not argue with me, Midoriya Izuku. I am still your teacher and you will listen to me, damn it." He's towering over Izuku, ears flat against the sides of his head. This isn't a playground out here. This isn't a training day back at school, or one of those tests the principal likes to throw you all in. This isn't a joke. Izuku starts to shake too. He doesn't remember Aizawa ever sounding like this before. Actually, there never has been a time where he's sounded like this. It scares Izuku to think that the first time it happens, it's directed towards him. I am listening, Sensei. I know this is all serious. You don't understand. I was only trying to help." He needs to help, because if he doesn't, what is he? If Izuku can't be of help, if he can't be of service, he is nothing to everyone else. He is worth nothing. He will have deserved nothing. Izuku needs to put himself in these situations to find at least some semblance of self-worth. To prove to himself and to others that he's more than what he once was. That he's not useless. "And you kids said you were just trying to help when you put yourselves in danger to get Bakugo during the Kamino incident." His response is icy as he begins to pace. Which, from what I'm seeing right now, maybe I should have gone through with the expulsions. It's like Izuku's been shocked. He jolts, trying to find the strength and balance to get to his paws and plead his case. But that's way different. I only jumped in here because I just didn't want to see you get hurt because of me. I can't be helpless, sir. That last part is said in a tiny voice. I understand that, kid, but you can't just... Aizawa cuts himself off and stops pacing to look directly at him, eyes fiery. You can't keep putting yourself in danger like that. It's beyond reckless. It's irresponsible. I wasn't going to leave you. That's not what a hero does, Izuku mutters, which only sparks the flame right back up. Izuku wishes he could have just kept his mouth shut. A shadow passes over Aizawa's face. A hero? Is that what you thought you were being? Heroic. His voice is scathing now. One wrong move and I would have been carrying your dead body back with me for the rest of this journey. Is that what you wanted? To play martyr? The implication of the words has moisture welling up in Izuku's eyes. His fur feels hot despite the temperature, and he can barely look Aizawa in the eye anymore. That's not. Is that heroic to you? No. I thought I could take it. I wouldn't have done it if I thought I couldn't. The lie tastes sour on his tongue, but Aizawa doesn't call him out on it yet. Whether or not you thought you were ready to take that thing on is irrelevant because I told you not to. As your teacher, I told you to go. And you didn't. The angry tone is back when he continues. His quirk flares up again and causes Izuku to shrink in on himself. I told you to not use your quirk, not because I like to make your life difficult, Midoriya, but because I was trying to protect you. And now look at yourself. He gives a meaningful glance to Izuku's paws, at the way they're barely able to even support his own weight right now, and the boy's jaw snaps shut. What can he say in response to that, honestly? Izuku left himself incapacitated. Even All Might wouldn't be happy about that. He'd be disappointed. Izuku's lip is trembling now, and he hates it. Sensei just doesn't understand. He doesn't see what Izuku does every time he closes his eyes, does he? He doesn't see the what-ifs. He doesn't see the could-have-beens or should-have-beens. Only Izuku is a witness to his own nightmares coming to life. If you are incapable of following basic orders, Midoriya, Aizawa says, sounding like the storm raging around them, you can give up your dream of being a reliable hero. The harsh words are another nail in the coffin, and when thunder breaks around them, Izuku thinks he does too. His tears spill out after that. They leak out of his eyes and create trails down his cheeks, burning him. He'd probably be sobbing right now as a human, but in his cat form it's a little different. Things feel different. He tries to scrub at his cheeks to get rid of the tears, as it's just embarrassing to cry in front of Aizawa of all people, only to remember the state of his paws. So all he can do is sit there and try to control his emotions as best as he can and miserably fail at it. Aizawa looks away to give him some privacy, but he's not finished yet. He sounds much softer than before, having realized that Izuku isn't arguing. Right now I am responsible for you. Your safety, your well-being, that's my responsibility. And I can't lose you. He takes a shuddering breath in, shaking his head again to get rid of the rain dripping down his face. Did you not even stop for 1 second to think about what you dying would have done to your friends? To All Might? Or your poor mother? Izuku doesn't answer, much preferring to pretend to not exist. He doesn't want to be seen. He wants to be left alone, weirdly enough. I thought as much. There's a beat of silence, and when it stretches on for too long, Aizawa sighs. We won't be able to catch anything for dinner while it's storming like this, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. We should try to sleep a little, at least, to get some of our energy back. He starts to drag some bracken and moss from the drier corners of the overhang and move them into a large oval shape in the middle. Before getting into the nest, Aizawa checks Izuku's paws himself, remarking that there's minimal damage to most of them. He did indeed dislocate that first one, as Izuku suspected, but Aizawa fixes it up quickly for him. And then Izuku is turning away, facing the outside and feeling the rain drop onto his nose. He's not pouting, thank you very much, he's just thinking. Sulking would probably be a better word. Eventually, when the storm has lightened up and revealed the moon in the sky, Izuku glances back. Aizawa has already settled into the nest and sprawled out in it. There's room for another creature, a suspiciously Izuku-shaped creature, but Izuku hesitates before moving. Aizawa allowed Izuku to share his body heat last night and all of the other nights. Will he do that again? Or not after what Izuku did? Is he still angry at me? He's shivering again, this time worse than before. The stone floor isn't making it any better, either. He needs warmth, and this is the only way he's going to get it, so he might as well try. He hesitantly limps over, taking a lot more time than necessary. It's hard having to walk on sore paws. He actually probably shouldn't be walking at all right now, but oh well. One of Aizawa's eyes peel open to watch him because of the noise, and Izuku resolutely avoids it as he drags himself closer. He hovers one twitching paw over the nest, and when Aizawa doesn't say anything, he lets it drop. He waits again, and he even chances a glance up to see Aizawa's expression for any change, but the cat's eye is closed now. Izuku lets out a breath of relief at the fact that Aizawa doesn't mind and climbs the rest of the way inside the nest, carefully trying to avoid touching the other. He curls up in a small ball on the edge of it, and while he's off the cold floor and can feel the warmth radiating off of Sensei from where he is, he's still cold. It's not the same. But he already knows he's pushing it, so Izuku seeks it up and tries to suppress his shivering. Except a few minutes later a paw is wrapping around Izuku and pulling him in. He lets out a surprised yelp when he's pulled against Aizawa's fluff. But the paw then releases him, and Izuku twists his neck to stare at his teacher's face. His eyes are still closed. Warmth spreads over him for a different reason this time. Izuku uses his teacher's soft belly furs as a pillow. He presses his face against him and is thankful he was even allowed this much. He knows, deep down, that Aizawa isn't cruel and wouldn't punish him by making him shiver all night, but still, it's just hard. He listens to his heartbeat and the rhythmic thrum of rain above. He tries to focus on anything other than his sore paws and finds that it's surprisingly easy. Guilt is a difficult thing to push away. Izuku can't take it anymore. "I'm sorry for worrying you, Sensei," he whispers into his fur, soaking up all the warmth. I didn't want you to die. I don't want to be left alone here. Please. I need my teacher. The class needs you." He knew Aizawa was awake because of his breathing, but it still comes as a surprise when he answers, voice a slow rumble. "Trust me, kid, this conversation is far from over. I've been noticing a pattern of recklessness with you, and it's going to end soon. But we can talk more in the morning. For now, just rest up." Izuku nods, humming when Aizawa's tail comes up to act like a blanket. He doesn't like being in trouble, and he also doesn't like being yelled at. Nobody does, really, but he's still not really looking forward to that upcoming conversation. Because Izuku doesn't know how to tell him that he's not really sorry. It's silent when Izuku wakes, which puts him on the defensive immediately. Silence? In the forest? Izuku has come to always expect noise out here, so hearing nothing right now is alarming. His heart jumps against his rib cage, rattling his bones and making his breaths come out short. He tries to scramble to his paws but breaks off in a hiss of pain, falling right back down. Somehow his paws have gotten worse. They hurt like hell. The throbbing has returned with a vengeance, and every step feels like a thorn being shoved between his toes. He can barely focus with the pain rocking through him. Aizawa is gone. He can't see him or hear him. Izuku crawls slowly to the edge of the rocky overhang they slept under, trying to see out more into the forest. There's no wind, no sign of life, and more importantly, still no Aizawa-sensei. Well, this is great. Fantastic. Izuku has no way to defend himself if a villain, a bigger animal, decides to come along and attack him. He really is living up to his hero name. Did he leave me? Izuku shakes himself. No, don't be stupid. He wouldn't do that. He's confident in thinking that Aizawa will return, wherever he's gone off to, but he's not confident about Aizawa being able to fend for himself either. The man is still hurt from last night, isn't he? He's not at his best, so he's bound to be moving slower. How can Izuku be sure that Aizawa will come back alive? Or did he even willingly leave? Maybe some predator came and snatched him up last night. Izuku should have sensed it though, right? He's not that useless. He grits his teeth, struggling to push himself into a sitting position. His bones feel like they've been splintered. How could it have possibly worsened overnight? He thought he was doing okay. This is pathetic. This has got to be a punishment from the skies. Why else would Izuku be stuck here, alone, without even a way to move around? Izuku resolutely ignores the pain, face set in a scowl, and focuses on a swaying tree in the distance. Glares at it, marking it as a goal. If he can make it over there, he can convince himself that he's fine. He's probably just imagining all of this anyway. He's not that hurt. He starts by lifting one paw up, pressing it down with a muted groan when liquid fire races up his arm. He keeps it there, not allowing himself to pull away. The second paw follows, and pretty soon he's moving forward, albeit slowly. The tree is all he sees. He walks, unsteady, and makes it about 3 feet before stepping on a sharp rock. He folds and falls face first onto the ground once again. Which, honestly, deserved. Izuku pants for a second, gathering himself. When he tries again, the pain is a little more bearable, though that's probably only because he's blocked it out from his mind. He pays more attention to where he's placing his paws this time than on his destination, which seems to help a little. One step, then another. He's going numb, he thinks. Is that a good thing? Cementos outdoor survival training tells Izuku that that's not even close to being good, but for now Izuku is going to ignore that train of thought. He can't afford to rest here. He needs to get better soon, for Aizawa's sake. By the time he makes it halfway to the tree, he's fallen 2 more times. On the 4th fall, Izuku wants to cry. He is crying, he's pretty sure. Just like last night when he was getting yelled at, he can feel the burning in his eyes, the moisture welling up, and the tightness in his chest. He squeezes his eyes shut, steadying his breathing once more. What makes it worse is that it's sweltering out now. The sun isn't even that high in the sky, but it's still as hot as Todoroki's fire. He licks his dry lips, wishing for some water. Maybe he should have stayed under the cool overhang. He's just embarrassing himself. It's getting worse, isn't it? Aizawa asks, emerging from the bushes beside Izuku, voice muffled. He pads forward and drops the 2 mice in his jaws in front of Izuku. Breakfast is served, apparently. Izuku blinks, mentally making sure that this is actually Aizawa and he's not just hallucinating. He didn't even hear him coming. Granted, he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings, but still. Geez, you have to do better, Izuku. You're going to get yourself killed. Or worse. You'll get Sensei killed with this kind of incompetence. Izuku can't even force a polite greeting out. He clears his throat, hyper-aware of the fact that he's still on the ground from his last fall, putting him in Aizawa's shadow. At least it takes the sun off of his pelt. No, I think it's... He ends up trailing off, because what is he supposed to say? If he tells him he can't even put weight on his paws, it'll just prove what Aizawa was telling him last night. It'll make Izuku look so childish. He'll appear as weak as he truly is. Despite this, Izuku also can't find it in himself to lie. Not with the memories of what happened after the attack still fresh in his mind. Yeah. Aizawa bends down and sniffs at Izuku's paws, his cold nose making the boy shiver. He inspects them, feeling them over for obvious bumps or scrapes at least. That's what Izuku assumes he's doing. What are the chances that Aizawa has, like, special healing powers or X-ray vision as a cat? That would be cool, as unrealistic as it is. I thought so, Aizawa mutters, more to himself than anything. He sighs and pushes the bigger of the 2 mice towards Izuku. You need all the nutrients you can get. Sensei, I'm really okay. You don't need to give me. I wasn't asking for your input, Aizawa says, a clear warning. Izuku's mouth shuts with a click. He looks down, staring at the mouse with his ears flattened. He wants to argue but also doesn't want to get scolded again. Besides, he trusts that Aizawa knows what he's doing now. There are teeth marks on the mouse's neck. Blood dribbles from it, staining the brown fur, and Izuku's stomach recoils. Well, at least it's not a rat, I guess. Aizawa has disappeared into the bushes again, leaving Izuku to begin eating his share alone. It's not long before he returns with a mouthful of dripping moss, however. There's a freshwater pond over there, he explains, setting the moss down next to Izuku. He then sits a yard away with his mouse. That will hold you until we can get back to our stream. Izuku nods, still focused on his food. Mouse, he decides, is definitely not one of his favorite foods. He'd take a bird over this any day. This is crunchy and weirdly cold. Squishy. He still devours it in under a couple of minutes, though. Maybe it's because he's a cat, but it actually does taste good in a weird sort of way. If you look past the horrible texture and the fact that it's a DMN forest mouse, it's delicious. Izuku licks his lips and stretches his neck to reach the dripping moss, which surprisingly holds a lot more water than he thought it would. It's cold and he just can't get enough of it. He honestly didn't realize how parched he was until given the chance to drink. Aizawa, who has finished his mouse as well, simply sits and stares out into the forest. His whiskers are twitching, and his jaws are parted to get a better taste of the air. With his ears pricked and tail flicking every once in a while, Aizawa is the perfect picture of an alert hero despite being a cat. Just watching him makes determination rise up in Izuku. He has to do better. He has to be better in order to make his sensei proud. Aizawa, as if sensing his gaze, turns to stare at him. His eyes are narrowed, and Izuku immediately feels his body burn at the attention. There's something weirdly intense in Aizawa's eyes as the man thinks, and Izuku doesn't like it. He suddenly remembers what his teacher said last night about how their discussion was far from over. They're still scheduled for a talk sometime soon, which is something no student or child ever wants to hear. Izuku really hopes Aizawa isn't actually going to start lecturing him again. Hopefully he forgot all about it. He gives an innocent smile, showing off sharp teeth and trying to get off easy. Aizawa just grunts at him and gets to his paws. He stretches quickly by arching his back and flexing his claws before speaking. Come on. We have to get moving to make up for the distraction yesterday. Do you think you'll be able to walk? Izuku shifts, mildly surprised that he's not about to listen to another of Aizawa's speeches, but also relieved as all hell. He tries his best to stand straight, but he wobbles and shakes the moment he lets his weight rest on all his paws. Sorry, sir, I don't know, he says through gritted teeth. How badly do they hurt when you press down? Oh, isn't that a dangerous question? Izuku pauses, unsure. Is he going to lie to not worry his teacher, or is he going to tell the truth? Just a little. A lot. Aizawa must not believe him anyway, as he shakes his head and turns to scan the area for danger again. Regardless, you're still very lucky. You could have gotten your limbs blown off last night, Midoriya. That was stupid of you to try it knowing the risks. It still worked though, Izuku mutters without thinking. What was that? Izuku's heart drops to his toes. Nothing, Sensei. Curse my big mouth. Aizawa circles back around, looking displeased, and Izuku gives another wide smile, lowering himself slightly to the ground as the bigger cat approaches. Before Izuku can even protest, large jaws are picking him up by the scruff of his neck, lifting him easily off the ground. You can't walk just yet, Aizawa explains, voice muffled by the fur in his mouth. If you do, you'll make your paws worse. You have to give them some time to heal. But they are healed. He's ignored. I'll carry you for as long as I can and then we'll take a break. We should be able to make some good distance today this way. Izuku's eye twitches, and he has to force himself to shut up and not argue. Being carried like this makes Izuku feel so useless, but what's the alternative? Aizawa's right. Izuku could force himself to walk, technically, but he wouldn't be very fast. He already struggles to keep up with his teacher normally, so now? They'd be lucky to make it a mile before sundown. If they want to make it out of here as quickly as possible, Aizawa will either have to carry Izuku part of the way, or leave him behind until he can return. And it's obvious what decision Aizawa came up with. Izuku stays quiet as they move. The position hurts his neck, honestly. Most of his body feels pinched, almost paralyzed, but he's used to the feeling by now from when Aizawa carried him before. That doesn't mean he's not frustrated by the situation. Izuku feels petulant, embarrassed, and exhausted all at the same time. His mind is still stuck on the events of last night, and no matter how hard he tries to get rid of the images, he still sees the badger's outstretched claws, its large sharp teeth, and the blood it spilt every time he closes his eyes to blink. He can't even distract himself much since he has no free range now. The only thing he can do is look around and listen, but even that gets boring after a while. There's only so many times you can look at trees, bushes, and small squirrels and mice before going insane. Izuku wonders fleetingly if Aizawa's jaw is hurting because of carrying him for so long. Izuku knows he's small, and he probably weighs nothing to Aizawa, but even still. The boy looks down at his stupid, traitorous paws, and sours his expression. This wouldn't be happening if he weren't so weak. He has to be faster than he was before to prevent this outcome from happening again. Aizawa, despite Izuku's added weight, doesn't seem to be affected. He trots quickly through the forest, leaping over logs and ducking inside bushes to avoid larger animals. Sometimes he sets Izuku down beneath him so he can taste the air or check the area in front of them for danger first, but besides that he doesn't let Izuku go once. If he's hurting or sore, Izuku wouldn't know, as Aizawa is a master at hiding it. Eventually, though, when the sun is a little past the halfway point in the sky, Izuku is dropped carefully by the bank of the river they've been following. He shakes himself, his neck cracking at the motion, and lets out a happy little sigh for the reprieve. They both drink the fresh water and rest, and Aizawa ends up catching a fish that's almost as big as Izuku himself. He did it so nonchalantly that Izuku wonders yet again just how Aizawa knows all this stuff. How can he be so skilled? I think you were a cat in your past life, Izuku says later, in between chewing. He's currently crouched in front of Aizawa, sharing the fish. It looks like a biwa trout, given by its fins and dull colors. If Izuku is right, then they're eating a delicacy right now, as biwa trouts are usually very hard to catch. Don't talk with your mouth full, Aizawa responds. Oh, sorry. Izuku swallows and tips his head. But it can't be that far-fetched, Sensei. I mean, you're really good at this whole transformation thing, so really there's no way to know if you weren't a cat before. Or maybe I'm good at adapting, Aizawa counters, wiping his face with his paws after finishing his share. It's kind of my job to be good at that. I know. Even still, I think it's really cool how strong you are even as a cat. Aizawa gives him a weird look before glancing up at the sky. It's getting late. We can still get pretty far before nighttime, so let's go. The black cat lowers himself to the floor, his tail swishing up leaves. Climb on my back. Izuku moves to instinctively do it, but then pauses. What? Get on. I know you hate being carried, and I doubt it's comfortable, so we'll try something different this time. It'll be better for both of us. His ear flicks in irritation. Hurry up, kid. My knees aren't that great. Izuku does as he's told, but not without a huff. Cats don't really have knees, Sensei. They're located higher up in the body, and they're backwards. Aizawa steadies himself as Izuku steps onto his back and settles down. That's great. Now use your claws to hold on. Claws? But that'll hurt you. Trust me, Aizawa says, it won't. Now tell me when you're ready. Not sure whether to be offended by that first comment or not, Izuku unsheathes his claws and digs them into Aizawa's shoulders, just to make sure he won't fall. When Aizawa stands up all the way and doesn't show any signs of discomfort or pain, Izuku gives his teacher the go-ahead to continue on. He can't lie, he does like this a lot better. His body doesn't feel like it's pinched anymore, and he can actually lie down. Plus, he feels a lot taller now. He can look behind himself too, which means he can also act as an alert system for Aizawa. Izuku won't have to be completely useless, at least. Aizawa seems to like this more as well, though he does check in on Izuku more often, making sure he's alright and paying attention. And that's how their rhythm goes. They travel like this for the rest of the day and find a nice, cozy little clearing encircled by thorn bushes to sleep in. They wake up the next morning, have breakfast, courtesy of Aizawa's splendid hunting, trek the entire day with Izuku on Aizawa's back once again, and stick close to the river when it takes a sharp turn. Aizawa says it's a good sign, but Izuku isn't sure. Another day later and Izuku is deemed healed enough to be able to walk by himself again. Which is great for Izuku but terrible for his teacher, who is probably extremely annoyed with him by now. Oh, Aizawa, look at that. Whoa. Izuku points with his tail at a funny-looking bird walking off to the side of them. His voice is odd. Sensei, look at the way it's waddling. I haven't seen this kind of bird in the city before. That's because it's wild, Aizawa deadpants, not stopping his pace. Keep up. Hey! There's a rustle, and out from a bush pops another bird, this one bigger than the first. It walks alongside the other. Sensei, look. They're mates. That's nice. Come on. The big one is probably the male. Look at how different the neck looks. Is it a species of geese? I bet it is. Oh, this is awesome. He breaks off in another gasp, this one more dramatic, when a horde of little birds emerge from behind the male. Sensei, it's a whole family. Izuku prances in place, eyes bright. It's a colony. So cool. Aizawa backtracks and picks Izuku up to get him back on course, too tired to yell. Unfortunately, it's not the first nor the last time he'll have to do that during their journey back home. Izuku really is just that curious. He doesn't know why, but his cat form makes him a bit more childish than he is. Is he just imagining it? No, he can't be. Aizawa doesn't say anything about it, though, at least not while Izuku is paying attention, so he figures it's fine. It can't be long now before they get back and can get all the answers they need to their questions. One night, Midoriya suggests they rest in the trees, claiming that it will be a fun, once-in-a-lifetime experience, and also a safer choice than being on the ground. Shoyuta has no real objections to this, especially since the trees are back to being thick and sturdy again where they are, so he agrees with his student. He lets Midoriya pick a good one out, one that has a large hole inside of it so they can sleep inside near the top, and then they make the climb. Shoyuta makes Midoriya go first, as he wants to make sure he can catch him if something goes wrong. Besides, Midoriya's paws aren't fully healed, so the chances of something malfunctioning isn't zero. Shoyuta has to push him up and give him a boost a few times, but other than that, Midoriya makes it up safely. He jumps his way up to the very top, though, past the hole they're supposed to rest in, and answers Shuta's worried calls with an assurance that he's being as safe as possible, right before disappearing through the canopy of thick leaves and thistles. Sometimes Shoyuta wonders where the kid got his audacity from. It can't be his mother, that's for sure. All might, prof. A bit concerned and irritated, Shoyuta follows quickly, making sure his claws dig into the grooves of the bark beneath him so he won't slip. When he breaches the leaves, all thoughts of scolding Midoriya go away, as the view before him leaves him speechless for a few good seconds. Down on the ground, the sky was barely visible. This deep into the dense forest, the only thing above were branches and thickets. It blotted out the night sky nearly completely, but now that they're above the tree line, looking up with no obstacles, they can see everything. There are thousands of burning stars blinking down at them, their lights capturing the cat's gazes and refusing to let them go. It's so clear, so picturesque, that even Shoyuta has to sit down on a thick patch of leaves and just take it all in. Among the stars are wisps of purple, green, and blue, remnants of galaxies or light refraction. Shoyuta doesn't know and doesn't care. He's just content in seeing. It's so beautiful, Midoriya breathes, sitting down a few steps away. I wish I could take a picture of this. Shoyuta doesn't bother telling him that not even the best phone out there could capture the scene in full, as stars never really show up easily on a camera. He just lets Midoriya dream. After a few minutes, his student comes to lay down beside him, probably since it's getting cold again. This close to him, Shoyuta can see how the stars reflect in his eyes, how they make them shine even brighter than they usually do. He looks so happy, happier than he's looked in a long time, though really Shoyuta isn't the best person to ask about Midoriya's emotions. He hasn't been keeping track of him as of late. Before all of this happened, he means, so maybe Midoriya gets this happy all the time and Shoyuta just doesn't see it. Either way, it's the happiest Shoyuta has seen him since they first landed in this forest. As if to make up for all of his failures before, Shoyuta takes a minute to just look at Midoriya. He really is too reckless for his own good. He wonders what goes on in his student's brain sometimes. He wants to know why he thinks the way he does, more specifically, why he has this "my life doesn't matter when compared to anyone else's, and I will put them as my priority always" mindset. Shoyuta wonders why he feels that way at such a young age. Most of the time that stuff is taught and learned. It's not just something you're born with. Not to this extent at least. So he can't help but think that Midoriya must have learned this from someone, or learned it himself after personal experiences. Midoriya gasps suddenly, bringing Shoyuta from his thoughts, and stands excitedly on all paws. Quicker than lightning, he jumps up on Shuta's back, pulling an oomph from him. His paws press on his teacher's head as he tries to get what Shoyuta assumes is a higher vantage point. A shooting star. Did you see it? Sensei, did you see it? It was right above us. His whiskers twitch as he lifts his head a little, unbalancing him. Yeah, kid. So cool. I wish Kaken could see all this. And Ida too. Oh, and Todoroki for sure. He loves the stars. He told me that once when we were hanging out. And Uraraka would think this is so pretty, don't you think? All the girls would. He stops after spewing all of this, his grin fading slowly. The whole class would love it. Now, Shoyuta doesn't exactly need to see Midoriya's face to detect the sadness in his voice. He must be homesick, or at least just now acknowledging it aloud. Shoyuta understands, and he can't blame him for feeling that way. He misses his husband's warmth and his friends' laughs and even his students' shenanigans. It's only been a week and yet it feels like forever. They're both ready to go home. Feeling the need to help distract his student, Shuta's words slip out of him before he even realizes he's doing it. Twice. Midoriya slides off of him and frowns. Huh. You asked me a few days ago how many times I've been kidnapped. When slow understanding crosses Izuku's face, he continues. It was twice. One was controlled, meaning it was on purpose, and the other wasn't. Immediately, Midoriya's eyes are alert. Were you alone? That time it wasn't. I had Mike with me actually. Oh wow. Midoriya looks up at the sky again and furrows his brows, deep in thought. That must have been scary. It was, Shoyuta answers honestly, calming his racing heart. He hasn't really talked about this with anyone but Hizashi and the police, so talking about that event now is making him anxious. He can push through it though. If it's for Midoriya, he can deal. Maybe this is a good thing, anyway. I thought he wasn't going to make it out. It was a close thing. Midoriya doesn't answer immediately, but when he does, his voice is soft and raw with emotion. I don't know what I would have done in that situation. I hate thinking about my friends getting hurt. It doesn't seem like he wants a response to that, not that Shoyuta has any advice to give about that kind of thing anyway, so a comforting silence falls between them. He lets the boy think that over for a bit, hoping his presence is enough to help Midoriya reel himself back in. Eventually, though, when the air is cold enough to bite even Shuta's skin, he gets up. Come on, get time for us to sleep. Come on. Just a few more minutes? We never get to see this back in the city. It's so beautiful. Shoyuta shakes his head. Look at the moon. We won't have much time to rest if we stay up here any longer. Midoriya sighs but dutifully gets up. He hesitates at the point where they breach the surface, though, as if he doesn't want to miss out on the view above, so Shoyuta nudges him again with his nose gently, so he won't accidentally send him right off the edge of the branch. The boy squawks but makes it to their temporary den fairly quickly, immediately curling up on the far side of the wall. Midoriya picked well, as luckily there are heaps of moss and bracken to help provide warmth and comfort. Shuta's nose is telling him the nest is abandoned, but he'll still keep watch for a little longer just in case. I'm not even tired, Sensei, Midoriya says, yawning and resting his chin on his paws. We could have stayed out for at least another hour. I believe you, Shoyuta deadpants, not looking at him in favor of keeping watch by the entrance. The forest is dead quiet, save for the light twittering of birds and the scratches of bugs crawling up trees. The rustling of the leaves above them is comforting as well. The only thing that would make Shoyuta feel better right now is if he had some vines to string up at the hole to prevent predators from sneaking in. This high up though, they should be fine. Reminds me of those ASMR videos. Midoriya mumbles, eyes closed. Shoyuta throws his head back with a snort. The what videos? You know, the nature sounds, waterfalls and rainstorms. I like those better than the whale noise videos. As if sensing Shuta's confusion, Midoriya continues on. I have trouble sleeping back at home. Sometimes, if I'm desperate, I put in one earbud and play forest sounds to help relax. It sounds exactly like this. Except this is better. Feels better too. Shoyuta barely pays attention to the rest of his musings. His mind is stuck on one thing. You have trouble sleeping? Yes. One tired eye peels open. Doesn't everyone, Aizawa? No, Shoyuta wants to say but refrains from doing so. No, they don't. Even if that kind of thing is normal on a recurring basis, it's still something you need to get checked out. It's something that Shoyuta had to get checked out when he was about Midoriya's age. Sleep is essential, Midoriya, especially for students your age. You should tell Recovery Girl when we get back so she can make sure there's not an underlying issue. Or at least tell your mother, got it? I will, Midoriya mutters, half asleep by now. Promise, sir. The last part takes Shoyuta by surprise, but he accepts it anyway. When the moon is high in the sky and even the birds have gone quiet, Shoyuta stops his vigil and retreats back into the darkest parts of the den. Midoriya is trembling again due to the cold, so Shoyuta moves to be beside him. He really does look bone-tired despite his statements saying otherwise, and his fur is sticking up in all directions from the day's events. There are burrs all over him, too, which can't be comfortable. At this rate, hell, Shoyuta wouldn't be surprised if he found fleas on him. Honestly, when was the last time Midoriya groomed himself? Any other time, Shoyuta would chastise Midoriya for not taking care of himself, but he finds himself reeling his lecture back in time before it can escape. The situation has been tiring for the both of them, so how can he blame him? Even Shoyuta is barely holding out, so what would a young, inexperienced kid like Midoriya think about something like this? It's on instinct, really, the way he leans forward and starts to pat down the fur on Midoriya's pelt using his paw. When that doesn't work as well as he'd like, he shifts and starts to lick the furs flat, ridding him of the burrs and any potential pests at the same time. Honestly, it's a blessing neither of them have gotten ticks yet. Midoriya starts purring in a low tone, resembling snores, and Shoyuta licks one final stripe from his neck up to his ears before swiping it down flat with a paw. And just like that, Midoriya's fur is back to looking kempt and smooth. Shuta's jaws unhinge into a big yawn as he gets comfortable, and he pays it no mind when Midoriya presses himself closer to his fluffy chest, almost disappearing in it. He lets his tail rest on his student's shoulders so he'll stop shivering, and he angles his body so he's still in between him and the entrance to the den. Just for tonight, Shoyuta can stand to be a little tender. The next day, they reach Salvation in the evening time. Izuku is the first to spot the city lights peeking through the thinning trees. The moment he hears the familiar sounds of people and cars honking, it's like something comes over him. His heart leaps into his throat, and air seems to come up under his paws to aid him in his running. "Aizawa!" he calls, voice shrill and filled with unbridled joy. "Sensei, do you hear that? Look." He's already off like a rocket, taking off in the direction of the city he has so badly craved for the last week. Aizawa, who was investigating some tracks some yards away, quickly follows him with an order to wait up. Izuku breaks through the line of trees and skids to a halt before he can tumble off the side of the overhang they're now on. Laid out before him is a picture-perfect example of a city at night. Buildings of all different sizes and shapes reach out toward the sky like blinking beacons of light, beckoning them closer. A couple of planes can be seen flying overhead, and the very distant sound of what must be a villain fight happening reaches Izuku's ears. And it's like music. "We're back," he whispers in awe when he feels Aizawa step up beside him. "This isn't Muzutafu," Aizawa rumbles, "but this is still a good sign. We can find directions now." At that moment, a train speeds by and covers the length of the city before disappearing into the darkness beyond. "You think we could get on one of those?" Izuku asks, giddy. "We'll find a way if not." "Come on, it's getting dark." Aizawa finds a safer spot to climb down from the overhang and leads Izuku through the overgrown grass, towards a cracked road. The city is still a distance away, but compared to what they've already traveled it feels like nothing to them. In fact, Izuku has to be told multiple times not to go on ahead, as he's just so excited. They dart across the railroad tracks, mere blurs of motion to any person or animal who may have seen them, and soon they're entering the neighborhoods on the outskirts of the city. "We're not too far from home," Aizawa tells him, glancing at the dimly lit street signs spread out periodically. "The train ride should only take an hour or so if there aren't any delays." The realization that they did it, that they survived, dawns upon Izuku slowly, like a leaf falling from a tall tree. "Wow," he breathes, not offering any other reaction, and Aizawa snorts. "Don't relax yet, kid. You need to stay right beside me. The city is dangerous, even more so at night." The man's eyes narrow into slits. "With all the crime and cruel people in this world, I dare say it's even worse than the forest." Izuku, who really wants to remind his teacher of the whole badger attack thing, just gives him a look as if to say, "Really?" Before he can ask Aizawa how he can make that call, he's distracted by a pretty little bridge hanging over a sparkling stream. Izuku gasps, all of his memories coming back. Yes, he knows this city. He does. He was young when he was taken here by his mother to have a vacation with Auntie and the whole family. Izuku prances over it, his paws making small thudding noises on the red wood. "This is the bridge Kaken pushed me off once," he announces happily. "What?" "Yeah. He did it as a joke when we were kids." Izuku frowns as he remembers. "I got in trouble for it, though, I think. You're not supposed to swim in the streams." Aizawa shakes his head ruefully, moving so that he's in between Izuku and the couple walking in the opposite direction on the bridge. They coo at the two cats, but they don't stop to pet or try to call them over. This puts an idea in Izuku's head as they walk, however. "Sensei, you think we can get someone to realize it's us?" Aizawa doesn't stop looking around. Doubtful. "I mean, don't you think we should try? What if they could contact Principal Nizu for us? Or the police?" Even if we manage to find a way to communicate with random strangers, it's too dangerous. They might harm us. It's better to do it the safer way. Izuku wrinkles his nose. But won't that take longer? Not as long as being catnapped or injured will take. Honestly? Izuku knows his teacher is just being extra cautious, but it's still a little frustrating. They don't even know if this quirk transformation is temporary or not. What if they have to get back or find the villains responsible before a certain time? And if they don't do it before that timer runs out, they'll have to stay like this forever? They can't afford to waste time here. But Aizawa doesn't look too perturbed, so maybe Izuku is just worrying over nothing. He should trust his teacher's judgment, right? He does. As they delve further into the city, heading for the closest train station, Izuku takes in all the new sights and smells. It's weird, really, how he can still see fairly well even with how dark it is. He can see things in the city he never could before, which makes him kind of proud. And the smells are just overwhelming. Every sense of his has been dialed up to 11, and he mostly enjoys it. He smells thousands of remnants of people walking on this same sidewalk, and he even detects rodents and dogs on the trail too. It's a lot stronger than any trail was in the forest. To cut his innocent adventuring short, the two of them come across what looks to be the city square. It's a little busier than the rest of the area, with a ton more people walking, but there aren't too many cars by contrast. It's then that they see the flashing billboards showing their own faces and names on it, along with the words missing in capital and bold letters. It says they've even been searching for a week, and that any call or tip would be appreciated. Quickly, though, the advertisement changes, and a warning about a few loose villains comes up. Armed and presumably dangerous, it says. So another standard day in a city, huh? Izuku is surprised that they're even looking for the two of them in this city, though. Their influence must have spread to a lot of places. The warm feeling that springs up inside his chest at the thought is somehow foreign. The only station that might still be running at this time of night is a couple miles ahead. We best pick up the pace, Aizawa informs, trotting faster. Izuku tries to keep up, and for the most part he does, but his paws are doing that thing again where they're starting to feel like pins and needles. They're prickling, and it makes his face screw up as he tries to keep going without complaint. Why now, of all times? We're so close to going home. He stops and shakes each one out, trying to force his blood to pump even faster. Hey, wait! He calls, scrambling after Aizawa, who stops at the corner of the street for him to catch up. At that moment, though, commotion makes Izuku turn and wait. He hears the happy squealing of a young girl and then chatter coming from an older woman on the phone. A mother and her daughter, Izuku thinks. He's confused as to why all of his instincts are screaming at him despite nothing being wrong when, suddenly, it happens. The girl is jumping and splashing in the puddles in the road, a yard or so away from the sidewalk. She has a backpack on that doubles as a leash for the mother to hold, but it turns out that it can only do so much to protect her. She jumps one more time, landing on a piece of uneven asphalt underneath a puddle, and goes stumbling forward. She slips out of the backpack straps and lands on her hands and knees, a gasp leaving her lips. That's when the truck comes. Bright white LEDs flash in the girl's direction, lighting up a small part of her body. But she's too small, maybe only 5 or 6 years old, and oh, God, the driver can't see her. The large, 4-door truck is going 15 over the speed limit, and from where Izuku is standing, the light is green on their end. They won't have a reason to stop. They're not going to stop. Sure, Izuku has a habit of thinking of the worst possible outcome in certain situations, just like this one, but this time he swears it's warranted. This is a real danger. This kid is going to die, as she's only just now trying to get to her feet, and the truck is already speeding toward her, maybe only 8 seconds away. Izuku did the math. And so, with his heart in his stomach and his brain in the clouds, Izuku reacts. He darts forward, mouth falling open in a screech to get anyone's attention. His paws are outstretched to grab onto her, to claw at her clothing and help her up, but he's still a demon cat, and it's not like that's going to work with his kitten's strength. Regardless, he clears the distance between them in 1.5 seconds and latches onto the back of her cloak using his front claws and teeth. With all of the power he can muster, he pulls. His back legs scrabble helplessly against the wet asphalt, not keeping purchase, and the earth around him is vibrating and shaking and loud and, more importantly, not helping him with his rising panic. The truck is close. 4.5 seconds away. He can feel it and hear it. The driver must have spotted the girl by now, as there's the squelch of tires and the frantic beeping of a horn. Come on. Come on. One for all. The green sparks dance around his body, reigniting the pain in his limbs from the last time he used it, but he pays it no mind here. Just as he's about to yank the girl backwards into oblivion or something, as he isn't calm enough nor proficient enough in this body to be able to control the percentage he'll use, the mother is there to help. Her hand shoots out from above Izuku and grabs her child's collar, doing exactly what Izuku was going to do by jerking her back with near superhuman strength. In just 2 seconds, they're back on the spot where the sidewalk meets the road, with the girl beginning to sob her eyes out and the mother shouting something that's drowned out by the noises of bystanders. He is still latched onto the girl, though, which is his mistake. It all happens so fast that he can't even really blame what happens next on the mother. Before he can even let go or release one for all, the mother's purse is coming up and slamming into the side of what she probably assumes is a feral stray. He's sent sprawling into the middle of the crosswalk, just like the child was, but this time there's far too little time. Oh, is all Izuku thinks when he sees the truck swerving to the side at the last second. The tires are headed straight for him, and the headlights being so close to him almost have Izuku believing he's already dead. And it's a funny thing, really, because he's imagined the many different scenarios of how he might die, both as a hero and as just plain old Izuku, so many times that sometimes it actually feels more like a memory to him. But being hit by a truck as a lost cat was, admittedly, not one of those scenarios. It's crazy how the tides change. There's no time to even close his eyes before the heat washes over him, before the ends of his fur sizzle and burn from the temperature of the underside of the truck. The roaring of it is the only thing he can hear, and it hurts. The tires slide against the pavement with little grip, and it's like in slow motion, the way they just barely avoid touching Izuku. The truck goes sideways, doing a full 360 as it tries to avoid hitting him, and it leaves black marks on the road as it goes. The world shakes as if an earthquake is in order, and burning winds make Izuku cry out. But then, just as quickly as it came, the truck is gone, and he's still frozen on the wet asphalt, trembling like a leaf. He's not dead. He's alive? If he's to be completely honest, he was not prepared for this outcome. It isn't until he looks behind himself and sees the truck off to the side of the road a little ways away, tires smoking, that he realizes it's over. His adrenaline is still pumping, and One for All is still zapping around his body like a live wire, but he's alive. He's not a pancake, more specifically. He's not just another dead rodent you'd see on the side of the road while driving, where'd you say, poor thing, before continuing on. Maybe he really is beyond lucky. But then his quirk fizzles out, and Aizawa is quick to rush to his side and push him to his paws to get him out of the road before another car can come along. When they're safe on the opposite side of the sidewalk, Aizawa doesn't waste any time before speaking. Are you hurt? Aizawa paces around Izuku, circling him with a keen eye and nose to check him for injuries. Christ, kid, are you stupid? Did you not listen to a demon word I said back in that forest? Izuku, getting a severe sense of déjà vu, feels his fur begin to fluff up. Sensei, the girl could have been hurt. I had to help. Yeah, and that mother nearly murdered you for it, Midoriya. What did I say about being reckless? Are you trying to get yourself killed over stupid things? There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that when the kid was being taken care of. He shakes his head angrily when Izuku tries to interrupt. No, quiet. We are cats. Not heroes right now. The last sentence is so pointless, so insulting, that Izuku just can't prevent the next words from escaping. It's cold out and he's being yelled at again by his angry teacher, and he is just so sick and tired of not being listened to. The sadness he's been trying to hold back the past few days. His guilt, his exhaustion, it all comes together and takes the form of anger. And only Kaken knows just how short a fuse Izuku can have. Izuku is on his paws then, ears flattened and lips pulled back into a snarl as he explains his thought process. Aizawa was the one person he never thought he would have to defend himself from, Yet here they are, toe to toe. You didn't say that when you yelled at me over the badger attack the other day. Why is it that it's only ever wrong when I'm doing it? You're just a hypocrite. Aizawa's eyes flash, and he responds in kind. Because as I've told you before, I am the adult here and you are my responsibility. I know what I'm doing and… No, you don't. Just stop pretending for once. The last part wasn't planned, and it's not even true in regards to how Izuku is feeling, but it comes out sharp and tainted anyway. And he can't bring himself to take it back. I know more than you do, kid, and you better get that through that thick skull of yours. What do you not understand about this? We just had this conversation, and I didn't think we'd have to revisit it so soon. I thought you, out of most of your classmates, were smarter than that. The words hurt. They pierce Izuku's heart like a needle, sking out the blood, and he falters for just a second before snapping back. You've been wrong about a lot of things so far, sir, so maybe you shouldn't be so surprised. That's the wrong thing to say, sure. He knows it. He knows he screwed up. He knows it because then Aizawa is turning and stalking toward him, making Izuku back away, his paws itching to run. Aizawa is faster. He grabs Izuku by the scruff, something that must surely be muscle memory by now, and trots quickly through the dark city, heading away from the commotion now behind them. Hey! Izuku protests, but all he gets in response to his outburst is the grip on his scruff tightening. Aizawa's anger is palpable yet completely silent, and slowly but surely it starts to crack away at Izuku's will the longer he's ignored by the man. He's not used to his teacher staying quiet. It's scary, it's frustrating, and it makes Izuku have that bad feeling inside his chest again, the one he only ever gets when All Might is upset with him about something. Aizawa was right in that Izuku was being reckless. Izuku himself knows he was. But Aizawa doesn't seem to get that Izuku just physically can't sit by and watch something bad happen without at least trying to help. Maybe he would have noticed that the mother would have been able to get there in time if he hadn't rushed in so quickly, but there were really no seconds left to spare. What if he did wait and the mother was oblivious to it all? He might not have been able to even alarm her in time if he hesitated. There are so many what-ifs here, so many possibilities, that Izuku just can't admit that he was in the wrong. He needs to always be ready, always be available to save, so why is Aizawa acting so strict? So cold? Wouldn't he have done the same in Izuku's position? Or would he have taken the risk of waiting a few more seconds to get a better understanding of the situation? Soon, a squirming Izuku is dropped onto a rock in the middle of a park, and when he straightens up, he realizes he's at eye level with Aizawa, who begins to pace again immediately. His words are tightly controlled. Midoriya, do you know why UA has rules? Izuku blinks, having not expected that. The change in his tone and in the scenery around them makes Izuku's own anger fade away. To keep the order? He answers quietly. Aizawa's tail flicks. With his black fur, he nearly blends in with the darkness behind him. And to make sure nothing bad happens? Okay. He nods once. Which keeps the students and staff what? Izuku pauses to think, staring down at his paws. He has a feeling he knows where this is going. Safe. It keeps us safe. Aizawa finally ceases his pacing and instead sits down in front of Izuku, sighing. Izuku feels vulnerable under his gaze. He hates being scrutinized so openly. Correct. Rules exist for a reason, Midoriya. Not to burst anyone's fun or to annoy you or whatever, they exist to keep everyone safe. When I give orders or set certain rules and expectations for my students, it is to keep. It is not because I enjoy making your life difficult. Izuku averts his gaze again, his shoulders coming up to his ears with shame. He wasn't trying to imply that he thought that. He knows Aizawa doesn't do all of this just to be authoritative or whatever. He knows that. Back in that forest, kid, when I saw that thing coming towards you, I was terrified. Izuku's head snaps up. Aizawa? Terrified? He didn't think it was possible. Yeah, everyone has fears, but he always thought Aizawa would, well, be the exception? Aizawa is steady and strong. He's an adult, one of the first adults Izuku has ever grown to actually trust, along with All Might and his mother. So how could he have been terrified? How is that even possible? And over Izuku's safety especially? I told you to run because the worst-case scenario I could imagine at that moment was you jumping in the way or getting hit and not getting back up. Izuku's breath quickens. But I did get hit and I did get back up. Through sheer luck alone, Aizawa says forcefully. Any wrong move could have cost you your future in heroics, or worse, your life. This time, Izuku doesn't argue. He's learned his lesson. Or maybe it's not that. Maybe he's just now realizing that Aizawa is right. And tonight, kid, I know you can't always help yourself when you see dangerous situations, but you need to be more careful and actually think things through. He catches Izuku's eye by lowering his head a little. That mother was right there. She was close enough to grab her baby in time without your intervention, trust me. She saw it the same time you did. You were just a little quicker, that's all. When Izuku was younger, he never used to think experience was more important than power level. In this instance, though, it's becoming clear that the difference between Aizawa and Izuku is just that Aizawa is able to more clearly see things. Is that why he's mad at Izuku? Thoroughly scolded, Izuku says nothing, allowing Aizawa to continue on after a few moments of silence. He must have been waiting to let the words sink in. It's okay to put yourself first sometimes, Midoriya, he says. You matter just as much as anyone else. Izuku hears him, and maybe he believes him too, but it's hard. Aizawa closes his eyes as if calming down, soothing himself, and Izuku shifts on his paws. I'm sorry, Sensei. It's just, he tips his head, a sad frown on his face. It's like it's just instinct sometimes. I have difficulties thinking that way. Aizawa waits for Izuku to continue, but when it's clear he won't get anything else, he nods. We can work on that then. You and I. Because we can't let something like this happen again. Because the third time means you're out. After a few minutes, Aizawa stands and gestures with his head for Izuku to follow him. Come on. I think we just missed the last train to Mizudafu, but we can at least find a safe spot at the station to sleep. Another night searching for some food and shelter? It's nothing new for them. Midoriya pouts all the way to the train station. He's so obviously feeling sad and guilty, and Shoyuta tries to cheer him up, but nothing is really working. And okay, maybe Shoyuta shouldn't have gone so hard on the I expected better from you thing, but damn it, Midoriya has to understand and learn that his actions do affect others and have consequences, as good as his intentions were. He seems to want to be independent. He needs to do things his way because that's how he not only best protects others, but also how he thinks he's protecting himself. And that might have worked before he came to UA, but now it is different. Very different. Because when you have people who care about you, people who choose to help you and stick by you, your actions will affect them too now. Boys, you'll have to start keeping them in mind before doing anything, as you kind of owe it to them. Midoriya doesn't understand how much his classmates care. Does he? He doesn't understand how much him getting hurt all the time affects them. It's like he's not used to having that support system. So no, he decides. It's not instinctual as Midoriya said. He was wrong. Rather, that kind of self-sacrificial behavior was probably something he learned. Midoriya had to learn it. Because the darker part of Shuta's brain says, no one else was around to save him. So he had to learn to save himself and everyone else around him too. They did indeed end up missing the last train, but it could definitely be worse. They managed to get a nearby night guard's attention by mewling, and the guy immediately coos at them and goes to get them warm milk and some of his pet-friendly human snacks. This meal is probably the most normal one they've had during the whole time they'd been cats, and it's gone way too soon. While the guard patrols the station, the two of them sleep under his desk inside his office, warm and cozy. For the final night they're going to be out here like this, Shoyuta can't say he's complaining. That morning, they wake up incredibly early to catch the first train ride home. Shoyuta shows Midoriya how to sneak on the subway, and he doesn't even dignify the boy's comment of I'll pay the fees back when we're both human again, because seriously? Is that what he's so worried about? Some change? With traffic, the estimated time of arrival is in 2 hours, which gives the two of them plenty of time to observe their surroundings and figure some things out. Sitting under the chairs as they are now gets rid of the unwanted attention. They're quiet, not really talking to each other unless needed, but Shoyuta likes it better that way. Right up until, near the end of their ride, he sees Midoriya staring at a group of boys across from them with the most terrible expression on his face. Shoyuta observes it all carefully. You know them? They were my friends, Midoriya answers, surprisingly easy. Well, not my friends, but they were, Kaken's friends. They didn't like me very much. Shoyuta shifts his attention to him, face blank. Did they bully you? Midoriya chokes, the bluntness catching him by surprise. No, not really. Just called me names a bunch and shoved me around sometimes. But that's it. They were strong and they had good potential. They were just kids. I don't exactly blame them anymore. Shuta's eyes narrow into slits. He's not a fan of how unhealthy that kind of relationship sounds. Did they say why they were bullying you? Nobody deserves to be bullied. There's no valid reason to do that to someone, but if the bullies say they had won, it might help Shoyuta decide on what to do here. He's a teacher, a hero, and a trusted adult for Midoriya, so he needs to be serious here. He needs to be that steady figure for him. Not bullying, Midoriya says again, sounding slightly irritated. But I was just weak. Weaker than them. He corrects quickly at Shuta's look. I was always smaller. Weaker. Easier to push around because I couldn't say anything about it. Why not? Were you scared? Midoriya looks away, staring somewhere into where the other card is. Well, no, but, sort of. But even when I told, the teachers never believed me. It was never a big deal anyway, so. They never believed you? Shoyuta asks abruptly, eyes as wide as saucers. Did anyone ever do anything about it? Midoriya looks around. He doesn't understand why it's a big deal. No? It was just elementary and middle school, it was never. That doesn't matter, Midoriya. They shouldn't get away with treating you like that. You didn't deserve that, kid. You still don't deserve that. He shakes his head ruefully. You're in school, for God's sake. There's a sudden moment of pause. You know that, don't you? Shoyuta continues. You don't deserve to be treated like that. Midoriya just shrugs, as if not used to being told such personal things. Well, I was small. They were big and needed someone to push around to make themselves feel better. I got used to it. Better me than anyone else, right? I could handle it. A beat of silence. Shuta's eye twitches again, and he can feel his head throbbing. Did the kid literally just forget what he said about matching too? Quickly, Shoyuta lifts a paw up and cuffs Midoriya's ear, ignoring his indignant squawk. Ow, Sensei. What was that for? You're not small. Midoriya blinks. He looks at his paws, then glances at Shuta's much larger form, as if to prove his own point. Shuta's chest rumbles with laughter. Maybe you're a little small, he concedes, but, in the way an elephant is. Midoriya wrinkles his nose. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense, he counters without offering further elaboration. Midoriya shakes his head when the train stops and the door opens at their stop. Before they leave, Shoyuta burns those boys' faces into his mind. He'll remember them. He isn't sure what he'll do, as it was in the past, but he is sure of one thing. He's going to try and help Midoriya see his worth again. From the station to UA is about a 45-minute walk, but as cats it's even quicker. They both walk fast, too tired of being out in the wild or even the public like this. They're almost free from this, aren't they? Yes. They're almost home. Shoyuta knows that despite the excitement, Midoriya is still not having the best time. He needs to distract him and fast. He sees Midoriya getting antsy and working himself up like he always does, and Shoyuta walks alongside him on the sidewalk as the sun starts to rise higher in the sky, heating up their fur. 8,000 yen says that Kuda will be able to understand us, he says. Midoriya takes the bait with a gasp. I forgot about that. Oh my god. Would he be able to? Maybe he could control us. That would be weird but also kind of cool. But if it's a quirk that makes us like this, does it count? It's moof. He trips over his own clumsy paws, and Shoyuta smiles. He hides it the best he can by looking away as Midoriya scrambles after him. Midoriya is small, Shoyuta admits. But only in stature. He has a big personality underneath his shyness and nerves. He's very happy and energetic, almost like an excitable puppy or an excitable kitten that's prone to danger. Midoriya is big every other way too. His positive attitude, his comforting smile, the way he makes others feel. Because he honestly reminds Shoyuta of All Might, as much as he hates to admit it. But it's not a complete comparison, to be fair. Midoriya is not as annoying as Yagi, for one. He is definitely as smart and resourceful, if not more so, but Midoriya has a different feel to him. He is not a symbol of peace. Shoyuta wouldn't go that far at all. Chaos follows the boy around like a bodyguard, so peace will never be something obtainable for him, but maybe, just maybe he's a symbol of hope instead. He's a strong pillar even in his class. He constantly brings others up and inspires them, so it wouldn't be far-fetched. If only Midoriya could realize his own worth beyond what people tell him. Not to worry, Shoyuta still has to have the rest of that conversation with him. He told him that it wasn't over, and he meant it. Maybe he can mention Hound Dog to him, too. The kid has a lot of stuff to unpack, he can tell, so getting a professional on the case would be safe. But for now, they have to head home. They're so close that it still doesn't even feel real yet. He puts his tail over Midoriya's shoulder to guide him, to remind him he's there, and some of the stress seems to leave the boy. The city feels big around the two cats, as they trot down the sidewalk and up the road, where UA is stationed, to get back to their place. It's scary to think about how differently things could have gone. Shoyuta is reminded of how close he was to losing his student, and it makes his fur start to prickle again. He walks even closer to Midoriya instinctively, moving so the kid is practically beneath him as they walk. He pauses to pat down a stray hair on the boy's head, and he rolls his eyes when Midoriya loudly voices his protest. That really is a lot of might for such a small body, Shoyuta sees. Midoriya obviously has a troubled past, and he's got a troubled future ahead, but he'll be okay. He'll make it. Shoyuta will make sure of it. Midoriya rubs his flank on Shuta's front legs, and he sprints up ahead when the gates of UA come into view. He yowls at Shoyuta to keep up, and the man huffs before following. He can't wait to sleep in a normal bed, honestly. He just wants to be able to hold his husband properly, too. Though he has to admit that being a cat? It's not so bad. Maybe he'd do this all over again if he had the chance. With Midoriya by his side, he wouldn't mind. Knowing what he knows now, maybe the journey could have gone smoother. It's over now, though, so he shakes himself free of these thoughts. He spots the boy using his quirk to go faster and easily stops him with erasure, grumbling about how Midoriya is way too new at this to be able to properly control his quirk in this form. Midoriya stumbles one more time and face plants right in front of the gates, which open immediately for them when they come upon it. This time, Shoyuta can't stop the amused rumble that comes out of him at the sight. It's just instinct, after all.